Hello, Roberta.
Hello, Michael.
Are we ready to start?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Assembly of First Nations Water Summit. It's a pleasure to have you all here today for our first virtual summit. We do have a few things to let you know about in terms of technology, but before we do that, and to start us off in a good way, we have Elder Mike Mitchell and Elder Roberta Oshkabisens here today to start us off in a good way. So I'll pass it over to you, Mike and Roberta.
Sego. What's going on? What Aguego. Msawagego. On behalf of Roberta, Elder Roberta, and myself, we welcome everyone to the Water Summit, AFN Water Summit. And usually, as in any traditional meetings of Indigenous people, we have an opening where I come from in Mohawk Nation land that it's called Ohandu Gari Wadekwa, or the words that come before all else. Before anything else is said or anything else is done, they acknowledge the Creator. And in acknowledging the Creator, they also thank Him for the new day and the blessing of the sun and the moon, the land, the water, the tree life, the animal life, the four wind, the stars, and beyond into the land of the Creator. All of this is usually said in Indigenous language. But I notice in my agenda, I've only been given 3 to 4 minutes to do the opening. So I'm going to give you the executive version in my language, and then we'll go right into the meeting. Dane no e ni ga ne garuju e ni no ni ga ni kwats e ni no e yu gi roju dano ne ga yo e to da down haki dane ni no a ze je sadi ne ga ri ti shut tala de wels toni no de ge de ga ra kwa do watska to no shi do wa ji you can ne ga ra kwa dane ti shut a shi to ne ga ra kwa dane no e di ori ne u ji sono kwa shun ska to na su tane na wa 내가 뒤에서 왜 그게 오늘 해줘 오시나 가로 해야지 전전학자라 고하니 내가 뭐야 디스 내가 뒤에 괴고 더 watch가 왜 간 호라 dum쳐라 단원에 더 왜 눈에 관이 군라 저도 와도 눈으로 괴고 나도 와나도 저게 되네 통하게 내 관이 군 We have acknowledged in my language all living things in creation, starting from Mother Earth. And the water, the air, grandmother moon, elder brother sun, and beyond the heavens. And we say this to clear our minds. As we start with our meetings, we want to make sure that we also acknowledge each other, all our nations, and send our greetings. And as we stand before the Creator, we thank Him for this new day. And as the sun shines, we also have become aware there's a great sickness that is going around affecting many people on this land. And so we ask the spirit guardians to watch over our people, watch over us, because we have to travel, we have to meet, we have to move around. And so we ask the spirit guardians to watch over us and watch over our families as we start this meeting. And everything should be said in a good way with a good heart and a good mind. And those will set the tone for the meeting today. As we wish all of you a good meeting. It is now open for all your discussions to occur. We wish you a good day. And also, I want to mention, Elder Roberta is joining me in welcoming you. She'll be doing the closing. And she'll also going to sing the water song at the end of the day. And so welcome, everyone, and have a good meeting. Tony Galmondo.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Roberta. Thanks to our knowledge keepers for starting us off in a good way. We'll see you back here a little bit later on as well. Knowledge keeper Roberta often opens up our water ceremonies, highlighting the importance of women in water. Our water summit this year is occurring at a really important time. With COVID numbers skyrocketing in First Nations across the country, there's no better time to have an important conversation about the role of water. In addition to COVID and the pandemic, we have communities who've been on boil water advisories or drinking water advisories in excess of 25 years. And so the intention of today's Water Summit is to have a national dialogue about urgent and emerging water issues across the country. We thank you for joining us today, and there's opportunities for you to participate by asking questions of our speakers today. We do have a jam-packed schedule, and so if you have questions, we encourage you to ask them, but we may not necessarily get to them. So our promise to you is that we will take all those questions, send them back to our speakers, and get back to you as quickly as possible. And we will post all of that information on our website. So don't be shy to ask your questions. We'll do our best to ask as many as we can in the time that we have. And anything that we don't get around to, we'll seek out answers for you and post that on our website. I want to first just acknowledge that this is a virtual event and we are all located on the unceded territory of our Indigenous people across this country. I am currently located and have the gift and the blessing of being located on the unceded traditional territory of the Blackfoot people and the people of Treaty 7. For the rest of you who may not be familiar with where that is, that's here in southern Alberta. The session today is being recorded, so we do want to remind you that everything is being recorded, and in some way, shape, or form that'll be posted on our website. Likely in small, digestible presentations that you can watch if you happen to miss certain presentations today. And so keep an eye out on our website for those recordings, and also keep an eye out for all the PowerPoints and documents that are shared today that we will be sharing with you. If you encounter any sort of technical difficulty, don't be afraid to reach out to the conference line and the information that was provided upon your registration. We do have a really exciting announcement. So you saw on the registration that all those who registered in advance would be entered in to win an Apple Watch. So we did our draw earlier today, and we're happy to say that the winner of the Apple Watch is Josh Kioku from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. We will be contacting you and mailing you your new Apple Watch after the summit. So we really thank you for registering for our event today. We're going to have lots of presentations today, but we're going to start off first by passing it over to our National Chief, Perry Bellegarde, for some opening remarks.
Danse. Good afternoon. It's my honor to be with you today from Ottawa on the unceded lands of the Algonquin people. I'd like to start by thanking Elder Mike Mitchell and Nukumis Roberto Escobazants for opening our summit in a good way. I also want to thank the regional chiefs for their continued leadership on these important topics. Today we will hear from First Nations leadership, from federal government leadership, from advocates and allies. I know for many of you, the impacts of COVID-19 are being felt across your communities. That being said, thank you to everyone for meeting virtually. And thank you for keeping each other safe during these difficult times. Today, we're reminded of the human right to clean water. Water is sacred to First Nations. It's the key to the health and well-being of First Nations people and all living things. The pandemic serves as a reminder of the important role that clean water plays in helping to ensure that disease and viruses are contained. First Nations must be guaranteed access to clean drinking water in order to combat the risks that COVID-19 presents, especially to our most vulnerable communities. First Nations across Canada continue to face significant issues in accessing clean water, and this trickles down into their health, our education, and our livelihood. On top of the pandemic, Nisga'a First Nation has been facing a water crisis for over 25 years. Chief Muniz, I'd like to thank you for your presence in a time of crisis in your First Nation. We're all keeping Nisga'a close in our thoughts as we continue to push the federal government to find solutions in order to secure clean water and to bring your community members back home safely. Nisga'a has been in an advisory since 1995, Nabia Mix since 2013, Martin Falls since 2005, and the list goes on. With 61 long-term drinking water advisories still in effect, it's clear that there is still a tremendous amount of work to do. 75% of these advisories are in Ontario. Some advisories have been in place for decades, and this is totally unacceptable. The federal government set a goal of ending all long-term drinking water advisories by 2021. but it's clear that the government will not be able to address all of the outstanding 61 long-term advisories in time. The speech from the throne highlighted that the federal government would make additional resiliency investments to meet the clean drinking water commitment in First Nations communities. First Nations need answers now. The federal government must reaffirm a commitment to addressing all advisories and driving a First Nations-led strategy. The AFN continues to advocate for developing a plan to address First Nations' human right to clean water. This includes the AFN's Honoring Promises request, which calls on the federal government to repeal the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act and replace it with legislation developed by and with First Nations to ensure all First Nations have access to safe drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. As our AFN proceeds with engagements across the country on First Nations water and wastewater, we urge the federal government to commit to co-developing and co-drafting strategies in true partnership with First Nations, including adequate funding commitments as we walk the path toward reconciliation.
Which way?
Water is life. It is the interconnection among all living beings. Our First Nations women have been given the sacred responsibility to be caretakers and protectors of water. They are the mothers and grandmothers who protect the water for our future generations. We stand with the water protectors and caretakers as we continue to push Canada to live up to their international obligations. We continue to advocate for closing the gap between First Nations and the rest of Canada. We must work together in the spirit of reconciliation and partnership, ensuring that no First Nation is left behind. Ekuse, Kenaskum Tinoa.
Thank you, National Chief. I'd like to now call upon our Regional Chief, Roseanne Archibald, who has the lead on water, to give her some opening remarks. Regional Chief?
Thank you very much. Miigwech, Carrie. Wachimaswe, Roseanne Archibald, Natishnagasan, Dagmoshkatako. I am today, first of all, let me acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that have walked this land in the past and those who walk it today. I am today very grateful to the Mississaugas of Credit and Anishinaabe for hosting me on their treaty territory, and acknowledge all of you out there on your own traditional lands. Greetings and welcome to the AFN our first ever virtual water summit. I want to acknowledge Knowledge Keeper Mike Mitchell for the opening prayer, and looking forward to Elder Roberta Oshkabev-Wissen's song and closing prayer. And also want to say thank you to the National Chief for your opening remarks. As the AFN Regional Chief for Ontario and the Water Lead, I'm extremely concerned with the state of water for First Nations across the country, and especially here in my region, Ontario. I'm pleased to co-lead the Housing and Infrastructure file with Regional Chief Kevin Hart, and I also acknowledge Regional Chief Adamek for her work and how it intersects with our work. She's not able to be here, so I'll also be, after I finish my opening remarks, referring to some of the remarks that she wanted to bring us today. This summit is focused on urgent and emerging drinking water issues facing First Nations, and topics will include pressing drinking water advisories facing First Nations, as well as threats to the provision of safe drinking water for First Nations. First Nations continue to face acute, unsafe drinking water issues, which are particularly important in light of the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The federal government has an obligation to First Nations to uphold the United Nations affirmed human right to safe water. However, despite commitments from the federal government, as National Chief mentioned, there remain 61 long-term advisory in First Nations across Canada, and this number has not been updated since February 15th, 2020. 75% of these advisories are actually located in Ontario, and some of the advisories have been in place for decades. And again, National Chief highlighted these: Nabinimik since 2013, Martin Falls since 2005, and the list does go on and on. Just 1 month ago, Niskandiga was evacuated after their drinking water was compromised. And as National Chief also mentioned, they have been under drinking water advisory for over 25 years and over 9,600 days. And this has to stop, this has to end, this has to change. And I'm really pleased to have Chief Christopher Muniz from Niskandiga First Nation here today to talk about this further. Many of these advisories were flagged as off track or behind schedule months ago by First Nations and our regional organizations, even prior to the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. There remains little doubt that the government will meet its commitment to lift all drinking long-term advisories by March 2021. And the speech from the throne highlighted that the federal government would make additional resiliency investments to meet the clean drinking water commitment in First Nation communities. First Nations need answers now. The AFN, along with its regional partners, has known that these projects were at risk of not being completed on time and continues to ask for a clear action plan on how to address the lack of safe drinking water. We have developed a long-term strategy, which was presented last year at our water summit in November. And the development of this LTS, the long-term strategy for First Nations water and wastewater, will work toward addressing the speech from the throne commitment of closing the infrastructure gap by 2030. And to identify and develop sustainable and predictable funding mechanisms for First Nations water and wastewater. So we urge the federal government to commit to co-developing and co-drafting a water strategy with First Nations, including adequate funding commitments in partnership with First Nations as we walk the path toward reconciliation. The AFN continues to monitor the national class action litigation on drinking water advisories on First Nations, which has been launched against the Attorney General of Canada for failing to address prolonged drinking water advisories on First Nations across Canada. I'm pleased to have Chief Emily Wheaton from Curve Lake First Nation here today to discuss her community's experience and the ongoing developments in this national class action lawsuit on drinking water advisories on First Nations. Furthermore, the AFN continues to monitor the development of the Canada Water Agency, one of the federal government's key mandate commitments, and we continue to advocate for First Nations equal participation in every decision-making process. Nothing about us without us. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of clean drinking water for health and hygiene, especially as First Nations face future waves from this pandemic. The federal government needs to act now to address these urgent drinking water issues by prioritizing investments and reducing red tape to ensure that the backlog projects in First Nations are pushed forward, especially for our communities on long-term drinking water advisories, such as Gull Bay First Nation, who faced an outbreak of COVID-19 and were on a long-term water advisory. Furthermore, the federal government needs to commit to long-term sustainable funding to address systemic and chronic issues in water and wastewater across First Nations. In closing, there's much work to do moving forward. As First Nations, we are more than just stakeholders, we are right holders, and we must be part of the decision-making. So I thank all of you for attending this important water summit on urgent and emerging water issues among First Nations across the country. And I look forward to the following, to the presentations that will follow. So I just want to really quickly talk about Regional Chief Adamek. She did send me some notes key items that she really wanted to address. And so from Chief Adamek, this file intersects because she has the climate change and environment portfolio. So I'm just going to actually read what she has sent me. First Nations across this country are leading the way in conserving water and the lands that we depend on through the creation of Indigenous protected and conserved areas, through the establishment of Indigenous and Guardians initiatives to manage and steward these areas, and land use planning efforts to support conservation and sustainable resource development. As an example of this, the Silex Water Declaration in 2014. This living document communicates the importance and responsibility that the Silex community in British Columbia has relating to water and governs natural laws to sustainability and to respectfully manage water. Another example are the 5 First Nations in the Nicola Valley, Coldwater, Lower Nicola, North Shakan, and Upper Nicola bands. Their communities have signed a memorandum of understanding with the province of British Columbia in 2018 with a commitment to co-manage the watershed as a government-to-government partnership. Consistent, sustainable funding is critical and necessary to support Indigenous-led conservation for land and water, and in an ongoing and predictable fashion. Such investments have the opportunity to position Canada as a global leader in nature conservation, to advance reconciliation and support a new relationship with Indigenous peoples that will help build stronger communities, more diverse economies, and a healthy environment. So miigwech to Regional Chief Adamek for those key messages, and I'll turn it back to you, Carrie. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Regional Chief Archibald. Some really great points there from a strong water lead and a strong water advocate. So thank you for that. I'm going to pass it over now to Regional Chief Kevin Hart, who has the portfolio for housing infrastructure and emergency services. Regional Chief.
Dante, good morning, everybody. I want to welcome everybody to our AFN Virtual Water Summit. I bring you greetings this morning from the beautiful Treaty 1 territory from the Saugeen First Nation. First off, I'd like to thank our knowledge keepers and our elders, Elder Mike and Elder Roberta, for starting us off in a good way with some good prayers that are definitely needed during this time, everyone. We are definitely living in some special times and special circumstances as First Nation people. Again, greetings. My name's Kevin Hart. I'm the Regional Chief for Manitoba, and I'm the National Portfolio Holder for Housing, Infrastructure, Water, and Emergency Measures for the Assembly of First Nations. As you know, everybody, housing, infrastructure, water, and emergency services are in a crisis right now in First Nations across Canada. This is even more so right now during this pandemic. It's clearly evident from the leadership and everyone across this country who has told us and communicated to us time and time again, almost on a daily and an hourly basis, about how our communities continue to face drinking water shortages, lack of safe drinking water, inadequate and overcrowded housing, and insufficient emergency management planning. You know, even more so as we look at everything, this COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the impact of inadequate infrastructure and the importance of clean drinking water in addressing this pandemic. Classic example would be having proper clean drinking water in our First Nations just to adequately wash our hands for sanitary reasons. And it is clearly a miscarriage of justice, and why we continue to advocate for the support and creation of First Nation-led policies and solutions, because what we're seeing right now out there, which is related to safe, clean, and reliable drinking water, and what's being addressed by the federal government, is clearly inadequate. As you've seen most recently, the Prime Minister has committed to closing the gap. There was a commitment from the Prime Minister to end boil water advisories in our First Nations by the end of the year. Unfortunately, that reality is not going to happen because of the global pandemic and because of what's happening in the world globally. Of course, we continue to advocate for these major investments, and he has made a commitment in his most recent throne speech as well, too, for major investments to address the critical infrastructure gaps that are occurring in our First Nations, including basic needs of water and wastewater infrastructure, which are particularly important in the context of this pandemic, as you know, and for First Nations overall health and well-being. And that's even more so right now. And, I just want to send my prayers out to everybody during this time when we talk about the well-being. As right now, ongoing current urgent funding is needed now to address the backlog of infrastructure in First Nations. We also need to sustain investments in order to close those infrastructure gaps. Clear examples would be, for example, here in Manitoba, we're told we can't have more than 5 people in our household. How is that possible in our First Nations during a pandemic when we have households in upwards of 18 people, where all 18 of those people were indeed COVID positive, just because of the clear lack of housing and infrastructure in our First Nations? And of course, we need this addressed by the federal government immediately, now, as lives matter. And, I stand with you as First Nations to ensure that we continue to advocate for infrastructure resources and other community resources to better fight the spread of COVID-19. We also continue to advocate for a better quality life for all First Nations, as you know, regardless of where they reside. And it's east, south, west, north. As you know, it doesn't matter where you are as a First Nations person. We're living in some of the most third world conditions in this country, given the circumstances. In closing, I just want to say that these issues are critical to ensuring the overall health and well-being of all First Nations out there. And we continue to advocate for and support the creation of First Nation-led policies and solutions related to access to clean drinking water and reliable clean drinking water. First Nations must be included in key decision makers in the solutions to these urgent and emerging drinking water issues that are out there every step of the way, as you know. In closing, I just want to lift up everyone out there, all the leadership, all our essential workers, all the healthcare workers and everybody out there right now, everyone that's on the front lines and doing the security checkpoints to keep COVID-19 down in our communities. But above all, I want to tell everyone, be safe. I want to thank you for your attention today and your participation as well today. Make sure that when you go out there, it's only for essentials. Always wear a mask in public. Hand sanitizer at all times, and in some cases where we have regions that have red zones, I'm encouraging everybody to also wear gloves when they go out in public. So take care, everybody.
Thank you, Regional Chief Hart. Thank both of you for your opening remarks today, and for Regional Chief Archibald for sharing Regional Chief Adamek's points as well. We're going to shift over now to the substantive portion of our agenda. So we've started off a good way with both of our knowledge keepers and our opening remarks from the National Chief and Regional Chiefs. We're going to now transfer it over to Irving LeBlanc, who is the Director of AFN's Housing, Infrastructure, Water and Emergency Services sector, to give you a bit of update on what AFN's been doing on this front. Bing?
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Irving LeBlanc in Indishna Kas, Wikwem Kong in Dunjba, Adawa and Dao. We get into them. Bing LeBlanc in Indishna Kalu. Thank you, Carrie. My name's Irving LeBlanc, the Director of Housing, Infrastructure, Emergency Services at the Assembly of First Nations. I'm from Wikwem Kong unceded territory. I'm an Adawa and Eagle clan. I want to acknowledge the knowledge keepers, Robert, Roberta Cabezas and knowledge keeper Mike Mitchell for the opening prayers. I want to acknowledge that that the AFN and its offices are located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. And we extend and the Tiganzibi and Anishinaabe, we extend our respect to all First Nations for their valuable past and present contributions to this land. We also recognize that this event is being held virtually on the unceded territories of our many First Nations, and we extend our respect to all First Nations across Canada. On the housing, infrastructure, water emergency sector, this is what we are all about. As the regional chief mentioned, COVID-19 has emphasized the housing and infrastructure crisis across First Nations. Our sector continues to advocate for immediate investment to support the needs of First Nations. Our focus is on the fundamental changes required to attain self-sufficiency and self-determination in housing and infrastructure and emergency planning through various initiatives. We continue to advocate for full and meaningful involvement in all programs and services that affect First Nations. The key water issues facing our First Nations, which we'll hear about a lot today, the long-term drinking water advisories to ensure federal commitment to end long-term advisories, and the speech from the throne commitment to close the infrastructure gap by 2030 or even sooner. Inadequate funding, capital and operation maintenance for water and wastewater funding, and the sunsetting of funding programs. Another one that was mentioned by Regional Chief Archibald, the Canada Water Agency, and the mandate to commitment to that activity. Legislation, the repeal and replace of Safe Drinking Water for the First Nations Act. So today at the 20-hour initial first virtual AFN Water Summit, our invited guests and presentations will focus on urgent and emerging water issues from across First Nations. Invited guests include speakers from leadership, our allies and departments including Indigenous Services Canada and Indigenous Services Canada and First Nations Inuit Health Branch. Following the summit, the AFN is holding pre-engagement sessions across Canada to discuss regional priorities around water. These will be led by the regional water coordinators. And for more information on pre-engagements in your region, contact water-oeau@afn.ca. These pre-engagements form the basis of AFN's commitment to engage with First Nations from January to March 2021. For the 2021 water engagement sessions, AFN's focus for engagements from January to March 2021 includes the repeal and replacement of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, the co-development of a long-term water and wastewater strategy. In addition, the AFN is planning to engage directly with youth and women as a continued commitment from the input provided at last year's Water Symposium. What are the next steps? The next steps is to continue to follow the work of the AFN as we organize engagements and events over the course of the next few months. We are planning a virtual National Water Symposium in February 2021. Your participation and involvement is critical. The work of the AFN is founded on the needs of First Nations and the direction provided by, provided by the Chiefs in Assembly or the First Nations in Assembly. We hope you'll enjoy today's Water Summit. And I'm going to turn it over to our MC, Carrie Black, who will be instrumental in pulling this together to go through the last slide on the notice of the award to Quebec operator. I don't have access to that. I'm sorry, Carrie.
Thanks, Bing. Actually, in the interest of time, probably what I'll do is shift that announcement to right after our break today so that we can move on to our next speaker. Thanks, Bing. Appreciate your comments this morning and an update on what AFN is doing on our important water files. I want to transfer it over now in the interest of time to keep us hopefully on track to Chad Westmacott. Chad Westmacott is the Director General of the Community Infrastructure Branch at Indigenous Services Canada and is here today to give us an update from ISC's perspective. Chad, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you very much, Carrie. First of all, thank you very much to all of you for having me here today to discuss Canada's commitments and actions working with First Nation partners to address drinking water issues in First Nations. I would first of all like to acknowledge that I join the conference from the unceded Algonquin territory. I'd also like to thank the Knowledge Keeper, Mike Mitchell and Roberta Ashkabiwisen for the opening prayer, and I look forward to the water song later today. In addition, I would like to thank the National Chief, Regional Chief Archibald and Regional Chief Hart for their opening remarks. I'm Chad Westmacott, as Carrie mentioned, the Director General for the Community Infrastructure Branch from Indigenous Services Canada. I feel very honored to be here today and to have also addressed various water forums of the AFN throughout the past few years. And so again, thank you very much for having me here today. I'd also would like to acknowledge that I'm quite happy that Minister Miller will be here later on today. So very excited by that as well. Going to slide 2, I'm assuming the slide is posted. The decks? Okay, thank you. Going to slide 2, just want to first of all, highlight Canada's commitment to clean drinking water for First Nations on reserve. In 2015, there was the commitment to end the long-term drinking water advisories. The intent of that was really to drive action forward and to start to really make a difference. But there's also been a lot of other efforts that have been undertaken with First Nations as well to improve drinking water just beyond addressing the advisories, including things like improving water infrastructure on reserve, increasing funding for operation and maintenance, supporting training capacity, and as I said, improving infrastructure, both on systems that have long-term drinking water advisories, but also just on other systems as well. And we'll talk a little bit about more of that today. Some of the previous speakers have talked about the speech from the throne, making the reference about the additional resiliency investments that we're committed to in the speech from the throne. And that really underscores the commitment of the government to clean drinking water for First Nations on reserve. Of course, the long-term drinking water advisories is a very, very important aspect of that, but it is just one aspect. We do know that there's been a number of efforts that have been done today, and I'll talk about some of those, but there's also been, there's a lot more that is required. And we are committed to working in partnership with First Nations to enable sustainable and reliable access to safe drinking water. Moving to slide 3. Clearly, and it's been raised again throughout the day already, but we really can't talk about efforts to ensure clean drinking water without raising COVID-19. The pandemic is clearly affecting First Nations across the country, and my colleague, Dr. Tom Wong, will be speaking a little bit more about that later on today. But in relation to projects to address long-term drinking water advisories, the pandemic and the necessary and important actions that First Nations have undertaken to minimize the spread of COVID-19, as well as some other impacts we've seen about COVID-19, such as supply chain interruptions, have clearly affected a number of projects. And we have seen project schedules being affected as a result. Indigenous Services Canada officials are working very hard with First Nations that have water projects to understand the impact of COVID-19 on those projects, and also to advance forward in addressing still the projects and to address the long-term drinking water advisories that exist there, while respecting the important health and safety measures that have been put in place. Prior to March 2020, progress on long-term drinking water advisories was publicly available through the Indigenous Services Canada's website, social media posts, and also monthly news releases. I know that most of you have realized and have expressed concern about the fact that webpage was temporarily suspended, given the uncertainty around advancement of water projects as a result of COVID-19. We are working very hard to get that information back online, and that should be done very soon. But all of that to say is that none of that the COVID-19 has affected Canada's commitment to end all long-term drinking water advisories on public systems on reserve and to supporting clean drinking water on reserve. Moving to slide 4, sorry, not 14. Just a quick update on the progress of the advisories. as I mentioned, the website hasn't been updated, but this is the most recent update that you will see here. So we do recognize, first of all, that there is a lot to do. There are 59 long-term drinking water advisories that remain in effect in 41 communities. But it's important to acknowledge as well that there's been 97 long-term drinking water advisories that have been lifted since November 2015. 4 that have been deactivated, so in essence replaced by other systems, by new systems. Right now, there are no long-term drinking water advisories in the Atlantic regions, Quebec, Alberta, or the Yukon. And I think it's also important to point out that there's been 170 short-term drinking water advisories, so those that were in existence from the 2 to 12-month framework that have been addressed since November of 2015 as well. And those are all providing now clean drinking water and preventing further long-term drinking water advisories getting put into place. Just this past week, there was a short-term drinking water advisory lifted in Saskatchewan in the Little Red River public water system of the Montreal Lake Cree Nation in Lac La Dange Indian Band in Saskatchewan. And in Ontario, the Wapakika public water system short-term drinking water advisory was addressed this past week. Moving to slide 5. I did mention earlier that efforts that Indigenous Services Canada is undertaking in partnership with First Nations wasn't just about long-term drinking water advisories, but working together to support better operations and to improve our processes as well. There's been additional funding for operators in terms of providing funding to assist with maintenance and training of operators, especially through the Circuit Rider training program. We've been doing work to support career information for women operators and also for youth. And also one of the things that we've been working on is the recognition of water leadership. And I mean, since March 2018, there's been the National First Nations Water Leadership Award that's been announced on an annual basis by Indigenous Services Canada for individuals or organizations that have demonstrated leadership and outstanding dedication to clean drinking water in First Nation communities. This year, the award went to Eric Siwi from Wendake, and that was announced earlier this month. And the award was provided to Eric for his years of dedication to water operation and to his work with the Circuit Rider training program. And then there's some other efforts that are going on is the support for centralized water and wastewater hubs. There's currently 12 projects going on in the Ontario region supporting 86 First Nation communities. And these hubs provide overarching services, including monitoring and oversight, such as overall responsible operators to local operators, water quality monitoring, and supporting water operator capacity, as well as some other functionalities some of the hubs may be doing. Also, I think it's important to mention the Atlantic First Nation Water Authority. A framework agreement was signed between Indigenous Services Canada and the Water Authority this summer, in essence setting the path for full First Nation control of water services and decision-making in the Atlantic. There's also procurement pilots that have been going on because we do recognize that our procurement policies don't always provide the best opportunities to support Indigenous companies from the region for larger projects. So we're undertaking 2 pilots with 2 First Nations that allowed procurement to be limited to Indigenous companies and from a more restricted geographical area, so not necessarily Canada-wide, to allow for regional Indigenous benefits in the area. These 2 projects are underway, these pilots are underway, but the results to date seem to show very good benefits. Once the evaluation is done in a co-developed manner, that'll definitely help to inform the review of tendering policies that are going on, that are starting to go on in terms of what is the way to improve our tendering policies. And as I mentioned, I guess tied to that too, we are doing work to review the water and wastewater protocols and policies. And we're working with the AFN to see the best way to advance that review and also taking the best way to make sure that First Nation technicians could be involved in that review. So what is needed going forward? And a lot of the conversation to date has already been about what are things that have needed, and there's been a few things that have been highlighted. Clearly, the work around the long-term water and wastewater strategy is one of those key efforts. I know that one point of the summit is to really kick off the next stage of engagements that is being led by the AFN on the long-term water and wastewater strategy and the water legislation. And we're very excited to continue to work with you on this and very much looking forward to co-developing the strategy following those engagements. We do recognize already that the AFN engagements that have occurred to date, and from what you have said, have come out, highlighted a number of issues that needed to be addressed in the strategy to set the basis, the foundation to ensure that there's long-term sustainability, to ensure that there's readiness, and to also move towards the full care and control by First Nations for First Nations of the water services. Some of these things that were identified to date, but obviously to continue to be refined, are trying to fully understand what are the full infrastructure needs out there, co-developing and implementing plans for addressing those gaps, continuing to support or continuing to build technical supports and capacity. For example, building on the pilots that are already underway. For example, the hubs. Working to identify and support governance structures by First Nations, for First Nations, just like the Atlantic First Nation Water Authority. And then looking together at new financial instruments and processes to ensure that, as the transition to full care and control occurs for the design and delivery of infrastructure services, there's long-term resources to support that work. I know that the AFN engagements will provide an opportunity for further determination of the path forward together on those and all the other issues that may also be arising. And I look forward very much to working together with you on that, because I know that together we can arrive at a strategy that will push forward that notion, the First Nations having control of the funding, having control of the design and delivery of programming, and also organizations and First Nation governments delivering water and wastewater services. Going to slide 7. The other element that was raised a lot today already was the legislation. We know that the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, the 2013 Act, has a number of issues that have been raised and that need to be addressed. And we're looking forward to continuing to work with the AFN and with all of you through the AFN-led engagements on what a new water legislation would be that would address a lot of the issues that have been raised about that previous act. Taking a look, for example, at how we can address or recognize the issues around rights and responsibilities, governance, financing, ensuring the provision of safe drinking water on reserve. The government is fully committed to working to address the concerns around the previous legislation into developing new legislation that meets the needs of First Nation communities and is supported by First Nations. Obviously, the end result will depend on the engagements that are going to be continuing on after this summit. But we would expect that any new legislation would enable the development of enforceable regulations for drinking water and wastewater services for First Nations. We'd also expect that it would protect the substantial efforts and investments that First Nations and the government have done in First Nations water and wastewater infrastructure, operation and maintenance capacity, for example. We recognize the progress that's been made to date through the engagement sessions, and we fully support the next phase of those engagements and the steps forward to co-developing new legislation, which then following that would lead to co-development of new regulations in the way that makes sense for First Nations. So we do believe that we can move forward together to achieve that shared vision to ensure access to safe drinking water and wastewater services in First Nation communities. Moving to slide 8. A variety of other things that are required and needed and have been raised, and we continue to work with First Nations, with all of you on, is asset management. That's a really key element, because we do support an asset management approach that is about proactively managing forecasted maintenance and repair requirements within the planning cycle. The direction that came forward as we continued to work with AFN and with all of you on the O&M reform work was that asset management needed to be a part of that O&M reform work. And we've heard that, and we're working now with you to ensure that asset management advances. We're providing support to First Nation communities over the 3 phases of the asset management program, which is awareness, development, and implementation, because asset management is key to ensuring the long-term sustainability of resources to support water and wastewater infrastructure, and also to support the transfer of infrastructure services from Indigenous Services Canada to First Nations and First Nation-led organizations. So we continue to look forward to working with you on this. And continue doing as well the work around operation and maintenance, both on taking a look at the broad policy reform and what that entails. Working as well in terms of implementing the e-acres, which is the electronic asset condition reporting system, which would provide better data to support strategic decision making by you related to your assets and what's needed to maintain and improve the infrastructure. And also in looking at rolling out the additional O&M funding that was provided through budget 2019. And of course, long-term planning is key. We've been talking about this in terms of the long-term strategy, but making sure that the foundation's there to allow for long-term planning around water and wastewater infrastructure, and as raised earlier today, tied to the government's commitment to close the critical infrastructure gap by 2030, which includes water and wastewater. So just going to the last slide, the next steps. We continue to work with all of you, to end long-term drinking water advisories. As I mentioned, we're going to be working to update the website so that if we can go back to real-time reporting that we were doing before March 2020, and working really really hard to make sure that the commitment to end long-term advisories is met. And while that, we also want to continue on working with all of the other elements that I discussed today, the important pieces that we advance together to support clean drinking water on reserve. I think holistically, all of this demonstrates the government's commitment to clean drinking water on reserve and for today and for going forward. And with that, I will say thank you, Miigwech, for having me here today, and I look forward to the discussions over the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chad. We did have space for questions, but I think we're just going to put a little pause on that. I recognize there's a lot of questions coming through, but we do have Dr. Tom Wong, who's on a bit of a time crunch himself. So I think we're going to take a pause there. We'll come back to you with some of those questions, Chad, and then we'll go over to Dr. Tom Wong, who will give us some remarks. So thank you, Chad. We appreciate your time, and I'm sure we'll have lots of opportunity for Q&A later on when the minister joins us. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you.
Our next speaker and presenter is Dr. Tom Wong, which many of you at this point will likely recognize from the regular updates that he provides on the COVID-19 pandemic in our First Nations communities. Dr. Wong, thank you so much for joining us as the Chief Medical Officer of Public Health for Indigenous Services Canada. I'll pass it over to you now.
Thank you so much. And good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to acknowledge that I'm on the unceded territories of the Algonquin people. It's such an honor to be invited, to share some of my thoughts about COVID and the water crisis. Everyone in Canada needs and deserves access to safe, clean, and reliable drinking water. It is a top public health priority, even in the midst of a COVID pandemic, impacting on the important piece of work that Chad has been talking about. Environmental public health officers have been working with communities to mitigate the impacts of the COVID pandemic, such as continuing to support drinking water, quality monitoring, and also lifting of drinking water advisories, supporting reopening and closing of public facilities, contact tracing and inspecting long-term care facilities from a sanitation standpoint, also providing advice, guidance, and training to the communities that they serve. Recently, we have seen an alarming surge in COVID cases in the general Canadian population, as well as in First Nations communities, related to complacency setting in. And this calls for redoubling of our efforts across the country, not just in one region. It's in all regions and all parts of the country, to work with community leaders to use public health measures that have been successful in containing the virus in the first wave. Limiting non-essential travel in and out of communities, keeping physical distance, avoiding crowds, avoiding especially large crowds, and wearing non-medical masks, practicing hand and respiratory hygiene, and staying home when we are sick, unless for medical appointments. And most important of all, protecting our elders. Keeping up to date with our vaccines, including flu vaccine, pneumococcal pneumonia shots, as well as the upcoming COVID vaccine when they arrive in Canada. Strong partnerships lead to quick actions. We need to walk this journey together and co-develop self-determined solutions by First Nations for First Nations. Miigwech, and thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. I know you have to run, so we won't keep you for those questions. I know there's urgent issues that you have to deal with, so thank you for your time. So we'll take a pause there and just remind everyone that we are seeing your questions come through, and we will have an opportunity to ask our guests and panelists those questions throughout our session. But we've just been trying to funnel through some important conversations here this morning. So we're going to shift now, and we're going to have a presentation, a couple presentations here where we'll hear from some experts in the field on water. Our first guest that will be speaking to us today is Henry Lickers. Henry Lickers is the Canadian Commissioner for the International Joint Commission. He'll be speaking to us today, building on some of the important work that the Commission is doing. And so I want to pass it over to our speaker, Henry Lickers, now. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, good morning, I should say. I'm really happy to be here. It's great. I'm Henry Lickers. I'm a Seneca Turtle Clan, and I've worked at Akwesasne for something like 43 years on issues of water and different things in the community. My grandmother used to say that, you know, no good deed goes unpunished. So they've now put me on the International Joint Commission to work between Canada and the United States. And I tell you, it took them only 111 years to put me there. Somebody's controlling my slides there, so I'm honored and pleased to be able to speak to you today about the IJC, the International Joint Commission. In Akwesasne, we've worked with the International Joint Commission for a very long time and have done a lot of different things with them. Next slide. Can you hear me? Okay, here it comes. The International Joint Commission, as you can see, I'm going to talk more or less about some of these things, but I think you can read the slides just as well as I can. Like I said, it's 109 since 1909. The treaty was established between Canada and the United States. And it was established because there were so many disputes out west about water and water quality. I always use Mark Twain's quote that, you know, we argue over whiskey and fight over water, because that was what was happening in the West. St. Mary's Milk River, different other waters that flow across the boundaries. There were disputes between Canada and the United States about how much water would flow and how it would does. And so the two countries established the Boundary Waters Treaty that would help to look at these issues and establish the International Joint Commission as a board of the governments, but it had its own jurisdictions and its own, it was at arm's length from them. And we're to serve those as commissioners, we're to serve or not the countries, but to serve in our professional and personal expertise in order that we preserve the waters between the two countries and notify the community, the governments when there's a problem. Next slide. Between Canada and United States, we everybody knows about the Great Lakes itself. And in the past, it was just a thin line across there where the IJC sort of did its work. However, in the past, we've decided that we really need to look at the watersheds, and because the watersheds influence those waters as they cross the river. And so here's a picture here you can see of the different watersheds. And up until recently, we didn't even know from the IJC's point of view how many Native people, Native communities lived in those watersheds. And so when we got on board the new commission, we asked our staff and we asked the people, could we put together a map that showed all the First Nations and Métis communities in these watersheds so that we knew who we had to talk to? the people that we had to get in touch with. So next slide, please. We have two main responsibilities that we work on. One is water levels and flows, and that's approving dams and other transboundary projects. But we also investigate transboundary water issues like water quality, water quantity, those type of things that we have. And in each one of those watersheds, there are boards of control that help us establish how much water should be flowing and when it should be flowing. And so each of them, those watersheds, have people that sit on them, mostly volunteers, that dedicate their time to actually seeing what's happening. We're a science-based organization, so we look at the facts in order to be able to determine how these are going. So control boards, for example, the Lake Ontario St. Lawrence River Board that I know well, and other watershed boards like the Rainy Lake of the Woods Watershed Board are boards that look after those watersheds and those issues. Some of those transboundary issues are quite large. And for example, in Lake Erie, we know that we have a huge algae bloom caused by different causes and different things that are happening. We know that there are invasive species, for example, zebra mussels, lampreys, just hundreds of them that seem to infest the various watersheds, and we're trying to see how we come to grips with those. Not to mention all of the pollution that we know exists in there. We have 40 areas of concern in the Great Lakes, but we also know that those concerns stretch right across the interconnecting boundary and treaty waters between us. And we have to continuously look at those and update our lists of contaminants as we see them and how they impact on not only the health of animals in those watersheds, but also the people that live there as well. And as we know, excuse me, and I'm glad that I've just heard from the infrastructure and housing people and emergency measures, you know, with the recent global climate change, we've seen extremely high waters, for example, in the Great Lakes, but we've also seen droughts that seem to be occurring in places like the St. Croix River in New Brunswick. And right across all of those, the border issues, we see either one side or the other being flooded, and infrastructures and emergency measures have to be brought into place. In many cases, everybody points their fingers at us because we're the board that is supposed to be there looking at what we can do in order to control some of these mishaps. However, there's only so much you can do. And in the Great Lakes, for example, the water levels have been high enough that they've been higher than the recorded that we've ever seen in the history of records in the Great Lakes. So again, we try as best we can, but again, a lot of different issues are impacting in those Great Lakes. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the IJC. It's 6 commissioners, 3 from Canada, 3 from the United States. Pierre Ballin, I know all of the Canadian commissioners really well since we've worked together in the past. Pierre, for example, worked on beluga whales in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and visited Akwesasne a couple times to discuss with him our contaminant issues. Marilyn Fair, for example, was with SEER out west, and her and I have talked over many different issues in the past, and I'm really happy to have her on board right now. Her legal mind is really quite good in these type of issues. Jane Corwin was a congresswoman in the United States, and so therefore knows that system quite well. Bob Sesson, he's worked with NGOs and different people like that, plus I gather was mayor of one of his towns. And then Lance Yohe is our person who again understands non-profits and how they work, but he also has went to theological school, so we have another one who we can sit and discuss spiritual issues that come into this type of work as well. It's not only the science that's important to us, but the people and what we believe and how we should work. Know that each one of those people there know that they serve sort of not their country, but we serve the waters and the watersheds that flowed there, and we serve it with our personal and professional expertise. We have staff on different boards like it is there, of about 200, and we have 3 different offices, one in Ottawa, one in Windsor, and then one in Washington. And those staff and everybody work together. Of those staff, less than 10% or 10% of them are Indigenous people from both sides of the border. And we're hoping very much so to increase those numbers on our boards and on our staff in order that we have a good voice for Indigenous people in the Great Lakes. Each one of the commissioners that you see there takes on various files, and those files, usually 2, one from each side. But when we got together first and we decided what our priorities would be, one of those priorities was Indigenous people and how we would work with Indigenous people in the Great Lakes. And as the normal would be, we discussed who would sit on that board. They were, like I said, normally 2. And in this case, 4 of us decided that it was important enough that we had 4 different people to sit on it. The only people that were excluded from that were the 2 co-chairs, Jane and Pierre. We said they were too busy with other things, but the rest of us would pick up this mandate. So I think it shows you just how important we see traditional knowledge, but also the knowledge of Native people and the communities in our work. So I ask you, I'll ask for the next slide, please. And this is a slide just to show you some of the recent work that we've been entailing. We've only been in about 1.5 years now, and we have 4 years in our mandate to work on the various issues. And we can feel the crunch of that time as we sit here. There's so many things that have to be looked at, and it's such an extreme time with COVID, but with also water levels and all of the other things. We're looking, like I said, the different studies that we initiate look at the impacts of high and low waters. We're looking at harmful algae blooms. We're studying water quality standards with selenium and various other things that are popping up all over the place. And we're exploring the causes and some of the things that we can do because of the flooding issues in the Great Lakes, maybe to help increase the resiliency of our shorelines. Next slide, please. There are many different issues that we are looking at and that we're seeing challenges that are today. And what I've noticed in these challenges is that the knowledge of Native people becomes very useful to the whole of the committee as we've gone out and asked different people. So understanding the impact of climate change or water quality and quantity, there we've heard from a lot of different Native people in that climate change is not new to our people. We've seen climate change in the past. Our people have experienced it. We know that in these times we have to learn to be resilient and we'll have to learn to adapt. We know that water quality changes in the environment, not only because of climate change, but because of where we are. And we have to understand that. And we have to have our people in and working with that. The ecosystem health too has a big bearing on the health of people. And we know that because even with the opening that Mike done, shows us all of the things that will impact upon our people and our communities. And we have to be part of the people who understand that and work. Adapting to climate change and promoting resilience, like I said, our people have seen that. And we have to advise our neighbors about the things that we understand. So for example, hardening the shoreline may not be a good resilient plan. It may be reverting those shorelines back to a more natural state, which seems to be able to weather these high water conditions. We have to manage invasive species. There are hundreds of species out there. And what we tend to do, for example, with purple loosestrife, our native people have looked for uses for purple loosestrife. And one of the things that we found at Akwesasne was that 10 pounds of purple loosestrife will cure or preserve 1 pound of deer skin. So again, you could use these plants in different ways, and we have to search for those ways in which we can work with them. In controlling and preventing pollution, sometimes we have to look in our own communities and see what's going on within our own communities. And this is the reason why infrastructures are so important. We know that wastewater plants can add nutrients to the rivers around us, which will have impacts. And so therefore we're working hard to look at how those things that we can manage those. Next slide, please. In our talking together among the commissioners, it was a very, how can I say it, we wanted to take control and see and how we would do this type of things. And as we talked, we realized that we can't do that. We have to go out to our Indigenous members. We have to go out to our Indigenous communities around our areas. We have to visit. We have to talk. We have to sit and listen and try to understand. And it's interesting to me that one of the first things that we did was to go out to various communities. The Grand Travis band we went to an Anishinaabe one, and we've been visiting different communities. Akwesasne we went to as well. And we sat with the people there and talked and had a meal and did the openings and understood. And I know that from talking to the rest of the commissioners, each one of those visits that we have made an impression upon them about our concerns for the waters that flow between Canada and the United States. And this manifests itself in examples where we shared knowledge between others. So the Rainy Lake, Lake of the Woods watershed, we have a project there on sturgeon protocol. In the same area in the watershed, we helped develop a protocol on wild rice, because these things were being impacted by the fluctuating water levels in the area. Right now in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River in Akwesasne, the Science Advisory Board and the Health Professionals Board are partnering with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne to look at fish consumption resource for Indigenous anglers. The problem in Akwesasne is we have 5 or 6 different jurisdictions, and each of them have different consumption guidelines. And so is there a way we can harmonize them using the IJC as a good, honest broker between them in order to discuss this, not to impose, but to discuss the issue between the parties and between the Mohawks in order to see if we can come up with a more reasonable type of guideline for fish consumption within our area. So the work is really quite profound in some ways, because you're actually collaborating with many, many different people, listening to them. And I'm sitting with my colleagues and with my other commissioners. I've told them every time that there are no crazy questions in this world. There are no dumb questions, that they should ask the questions, they should bring them out, because it's only through understanding each other that we will learn to respect each other. It's only through communication that we're going to be able to move our agendas further and further ahead. And so we see Indigenous people as being very important to the work that we're doing. And can I have the next slide, please? Oh, I think it's the next one. or did they stop? Okay, okay. I'll just continue on. Yeah. The other way is that we're looking for collaboration, like I said, with more Native people. And there's various ways that we can do that. With all of those boards that you see, we haven't got a really huge staff of people, but there are seats that are still available, designated seats for Indigenous members to sit on those, looking for both Indigenous people and Métis people to take part and to be part of the operations and discussions. We're looking for greater capacity to engage with Indigenous people. In many cases, the International Watersheds Initiative program has funding that we can use in order to bring people together in order to work on some projects that are important to Native people, like those wild rice projects that we were talking about. We also, through our own communications people, want to enhance our communication involvement with work of the IJC. So we're looking to Indigenous newspapers. We're looking to radio stations. We're looking to, APTN, places where our people have those media that we can talk to them and try to get our message out to Indigenous people. And so it's all of these different boards and things that are out there that we still have need. We still need to hear from Indigenous people. And we're soliciting and trying to be helpful, not, like I said, not commanding people, but asking our brothers for assistance on these areas. So, next slide, please. So the last slide is the slide that we have at the IJC, and like I would say to all of the people that are here, don't be afraid to get in touch with us. Don't be afraid to come and to ask questions. And as I always know, I say that there are no dumb questions in this world. We need to hear, we need to see. And I know that some of the neatest questions we get come from the kids. Oh my God, they're so interested in the work that's going on. And when you offer to them the chance to talk about what they're interested in, you suddenly have a whole new world. These are the young ones that are coming, and we hear them. We hear them talk about how concerned they are about the world around them. And we worry about that word. And I can tell you that from the other commissioners that sit with me and from our staff, that we are all concerned with the Great Lakes. We're concerned with all of the different peoples that live in the Great Lakes, and we will continue to carry out our responsibility using our best professional and personal expertise in order to take care of the rivers and the waters that flow between us. The next slide, please. There's just a few of the languages that we hear as we've come across, and they all come from the heart, and they all mean the same thing to us and to the commission. I know that it was, I was expecting maybe some pushback when they put an Indigenous person on the IJC, but I can tell you that in the time that I've worked with all of those 200 to 300 people, all of them are concerned about us, and all of them want to hear from us, and all of them feel that the work that they do is important, not only to us, but to all those around us. So from myself, as an Indigenous person who's worked on these environments for years, I ask for your help. And I know that the commission asked for the same thing. So thank you very much. Now I'll go for the listening to me.
Thank you, Henry. Merci, Miigwech. Really appreciate your talk today. Just looking at the questions that are coming through, and obviously the focus of your presentation is really highlighting one of the urgent pieces that we're talking about, which is climate change and the disproportionate impact that it may have on many of our First Nations. I'm wondering what you feel, because the intent of this summit is to sort of bring forth the conversation around what is the most urgent piece, what is the most emerging conversation that we need to be having around water. I'm wondering if you can speak to what you think the biggest barrier is right now to some of these challenges that you've highlighted. What are the biggest stumbling blocks or roadblocks that exist with respect to this?
Well, I think on both sides, we haven't built up the trust between each other. And I know that if our people don't trust something, then they don't take part. And what I found is, even with myself, you talk about the IJC as this board that sits between the two countries. Well, what can they do? We don't have any legislative power. We don't have, great armies behind us to do anything. All we have is the goodwill of both countries. And so we can advise those countries and those parties about issues that we see. So I'll tell you, when the Lake Ontario flooded, there was a raft of different people that came to us and said, what can you do? We've got water in our backyards. This is happening to us. And all we could do was advise the parties that these things are there. We looked to see what was lacking, what was missing. And so again, we saw that, for example, floodplains and things like this were being impacted. And we could speak to the parties about that and see how they would deal with it. Much of the work that we do is behind the scenes, talking back and forth between the parties as a broker. And those are problems that we see. But climate change is one of those things that not only impacts upon the animals, which people forget in these times of flooding, but it also impacts upon the infrastructures. It impacts upon the housing that we have. And it's not just in the Great Lakes, but it's in anywhere where these high water levels are. So again, we see that as being important to us. And we're trying to see how we can deal with that in this time of climate change. COVID, like I said, our people know all about pandemics. We had 4 or 5 periods of death and dying among our people when our non-native people first came here, and thousands of our people died. But we had strategies, we had plans, we distributed our people over the land. We, kept the community safe, and our men worked around in the forests so that they wouldn't spread that disease into the communities. And we watched how the animals behaved and worked, so that we had hundreds of different strategies for these things. So even when the things like smallpox and measles hit us, we knew how to respond, how to protect our people, and we implemented those. And so I think one of the things that you hear is, yes, many of our communities say, oh, it's exploding here. Well, to us, an explosion is one. One case is too much. So how do we use those knowledge that we have of the past in order to protect our people now and into the future? So COVID is on our mind right away. We know that global climate change is there. We see contaminants as being issues, and it's really hard to pick one of those demons and say, this is the worst one, and point at it, when they all can do such damage to not only us, but to the environment around us. And yet, our native people, our indigenous people, deal with all of these things. My heart goes out to anyone who works on infrastructure, housing, and emergency measures at this time, because this is truly a hard task to work on.
Thanks, Henry. I appreciate your optimism as well. You noted that you feel that everyone's on the same page and they're supportive. Are you seeing really positive signs that governments on both sides want to engage meaningfully and in full partnership with First Nations?
Well, what I see is that I can only judge that by the people that I meet. and to the people I talk to. And I'll tell you that in all of the, when the commission went out to various communities across the Great Lakes to talk to them about our plans, in each one of those communities, Native people, Indigenous people showed up, whether it was in the United States or whether it was in Canada. Native people showed up at those meetings. And in each one of those meetings, I never heard one person say, oh, what are they here for? In each of those cases, they listened attentively, and in many cases referred back to the Native people and said, we should be listening to these people. That's grassroots people. That may not be the higher echelons of the government, but which are all tied up in policy and protocols. But I think as human beings and as individuals, we want to work together. And I think that when you listen to Roberta, when you listen to Mike as elders, you see them talking about responsibility. You see them talking about our place in the environment. I don't hear them talking about our rights or the laws. I hear them talking about our responsibility to care for the things around us. And when I meet in the communities, that's what I'm hearing from non-Native people as well. So am I optimistic? Yeah, a little bit. But I think my grandfather used to say that all Native people were pessimistic always. And so to be an optimistic Native is really hard to do. So I am optimistic. I think that by working together, we can really do this.
That's great. Thank you. Just before I let you go, there was a question that came through about some people feeling that they could help the IGC or on some of the IGC's work through a nonprofit lens. And the question coming through is whether or not you can give some ideas on how First Nations can get involved in IGC to impart their First Nations perspective rather than say through an NGO or another nonprofit organization. Is there a way in which First Nations can get more involved in this work?
Well, I can tell you from my own experience from Akwesasne. I found out about the IJC 40 years ago. And I remember going to chief and council at that time and saying, here's this government body sit between Canada and the United States, and I don't know what they do, but they seem to want to take care of the river. Can I attend one of their meetings? And chief and council said, do they got any money? I said, well, I don't think so, but I want to hear. These are expert people that I knew. I knew that, for example, David Schindler was on there, who was, to me, was one of these giants in limnology and that type of thing. So I wanted to hear him. And the chief said, yeah, go ahead. You know, it doesn't cost us anything. Go do it. And when I showed up, it was like, I don't know what you could say. It was unheard of to see a Native person come in, and one who could read and write, 40 years ago. And I remember Dave talking to me and saying, oh man, we need your help. This is really good work. And before I knew it, I was working on one of their commissions. I was working on one of their committees and doing work with them. You don't have to be an expert to sit on one of our public panels. We need public input, people to talk about their own experience. And remember, like I said, we're a science organization, but the social sciences, and I'll call them the religious sciences or the spiritual sciences, are things that our people are experienced in. And I tell you that a simple thing like the opening and closing that we do deeply touches people and really wants them to, they really want to then work with us. So I would say to you, I continue doing the things that we normally do because it touches people. And when it does that, I think we're closer to solutions.
Thank you so much, Henry. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time here today and for sharing your perspectives.
Okay.
Thank you. Merci. I want to pass it off now to our next speaker. So we are lucky to have today with us as well a longtime water advocate, Canadian water advocate. Our next speaker is Maud Barlow. Maud Barlow is the former chairperson of the Council of Canadians and also served as the senior advisor on water to the 63rd President of the United Nations General Assembly. She was a leader and champion on the campaign to have water recognized as a human right by the UN, among the many other initiatives that she has championed on water around the world. And so I'm going to pass it over to Maud Barlow to give us a presentation here today. Maud, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, Magwitch Carey, and thank you all very much for making me part of this important day. I speak to you from unceded territory, Algonquin territory, and I just want to say that I have worked in many, many First Nations communities on the issue of water justice with incredible leadership coming from those communities. And I just feel that, you asked Henry about, have we made some advances? I'm feeling more hopeful about the shall we call them, non-Indigenous Canadians, settlers really caring and wanting to move together on this issue. I want to start off by talking a little bit about the global crisis, because we have so many experts on the situation in First Nations right here now, and I want to come back to it. But the main point that I want to make here today is that the water crisis in First Nations communities is a microcosm of what is happening globally. And I want us to understand and juxtapose it that way. We have a global water crisis. We are a planet running out of clean, accessible water. I could take an hour, and I won't, to just name the 11 major cities in India and Australia and 22 countries in Africa, and many of the states in the United States and so on, that are literally in water crisis. And we have diverted and polluted and over-extracted and dammed and mismanaged our water so badly that we are, as a human species, in crisis now. And I want to make a point that it's not just climate change. Some people talk about it as if we just stopped all greenhouse gas emissions tomorrow, everything would be fine for everything else. And that's not true. The water issue is, of course, impacted by climate change, but our abuse of water also impacts climate change. When you remove vegetation or water from a watershed, within a hydrologic cycle, the desertification starts. And so our abuse of water is one of the major causes of climate crisis. And one of the major solutions is the protection and restoration of watersheds. So it's really important, I think, for us to get that. As a consequence of this, and because of inequality in our world, we also have a human crisis around water. The UN says within about 5 years, almost two-thirds of the world's population will be living in water-stressed areas of the world for at least part of the year. But for some, it's already here all year. Every single day in the world, 2 billion people are forced to drink contaminated water because they cannot afford or cannot access clean water. And every 2 minutes, a child under 5 somewhere in our world dies of waterborne disease. It is the largest killer of young people, kills more children than all forms of violence put together, including war. So on top of this, you add COVID. And the first thing we were told was wash your hands and keep yourself clean and keep your surroundings clean. But we know that at least half the population of the world doesn't have a place to go to wash their hands with warm water and soap. And if there's anything that's good that's going to come out of this terrible pandemic, this COVID pandemic, is the understanding that we need good social services, we need essential public services, and that water, clean, accessible water, and safe sanitation for everyone is absolutely crucial to fighting this pandemic and any others that come along. So what I've been working on all these years, and I first discovered that water was a tradable good in that first Canada-US Free Trade Agreement that came before NAFTA, and that in all other trade agreements, water is a tradable good. And I thought, how could water be a tradable good? The Creator gave it to us. It's nature. It's us, and that set me on a journey And I very soon learned that there was a mighty contest going on because the planet is running out of clean water because of our abuse of it. And that contest is this: is water a commodity to be put on the open market like oil and gas for sale? And believe me, in business schools around the world, this is being taught. The best way to deal with the water crisis is to put it on the open market and let the market, let the prices rise, and gee, it'll be too bad if more people get sick or more people don't have access, but some charity will look after that. Or is water a public trust, a commons, and a human right? You perhaps guessed which side I'm on. But it's a very important distinction, because the policies that we then follow are either going to follow make it a market commodity, allow the privatization of water services, continue with the plastics crisis I think it's something like we buy 1 million bottles of plastic water or plastic bottles of water every single minute in the world. I mean, we are just creating such massive plastic garbage, which creates its own crisis because of this lack of understanding about what water is. And a newer kind of privatization and commodification of water, which is called water trading. The two countries that have done this most are Australia. For about 3 decades now, they have literally separated by law their water from their land, and they allow you to sell the water off the land. So first of all, the small farmers were bought up by the big farmers, and then the investors came in, and then the foreign investors came in, and the people in Australia don't own their water anymore. It is literally a commodity. Same with Chile. That was the dictator Pinochet actually named water as a market good in the Constitution. And the people of Chile have just undone that constitution, and now they're rewriting one which hopefully is going to respect water as a public trust. But we also have water trading now in the United States, in California, and in Texas and other places, and started in Alberta. And we really need to be very careful about this, because if we allow the commodification and privatization of water, the public control over it, the community control, the ability to set policy, the ability to say who should get it and under what circumstances, is taken out of our hands and is put into the hands of investors. And if these investors have to care about the bottom line of their shareholders. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. It's what they call the dead hand of the market, right? So that's the global situation. Is it different in Canada? No, it's not. We have a lot of water per capita compared to a lot of countries around the world. But this has given us a false notion of what I call the myth of abundance. We got so much water, we don't have to take care of it. So we allow terrible chemicals into our waters. I've written a book called Boiling Point: Government Neglect, Corporate Abuse in Canada's Water Crisis, and outlined the lack of oversight about chemicals being allowed into our water system. We have introduced pretty good wastewater policy, and the municipalities are now having to go through the implementation, but we have no laws around the runoff from factory farms. I mean, that's what's happening to Lake Winnipeg. It's being poisoned by the factory farms and other things, but largely factory farms, with absolutely lax or no laws. We have very few laws to protect our groundwater. It's just like, oh, it's down there somewhere, throw anything into it, it doesn't matter. And we're doing things like fracking. I've just finished a chapter for a book called All Fracked Up on fracking in BC, and the absolute free-for-all on water. It's just like, oh, there's so much, it doesn't matter what you do with it. And this is just a mindset that is absolutely dangerous. And those of you who know me also know that I've been concerned for many years about how free trade agreements allow the capture of nature, the capture of resources, fish and trees and minerals and so on, so that the corporations, particularly transnational corporations, get protected access to these. And so, of course, people down the line, of course, people in rural communities, of course, poorer people, of course, Indigenous people are going to be on the receiving end of this. And by the way, Indigenous people around the world, peasants, rural people, village people, are often the ones who get put aside. I mean, I've written, for instance, about this state in India that wants to become Karnataka, it's called. It wants to become the Silicon Valley of India, and they have limited water. They're actually in a terrible water crisis, and they are literally denying water to villages and peasants to bring it into free trade zones and these call centers and these, you know, high-tech centers, because that's the priority they give it. And so it really matters when you say, is water a human right? That has resonance, because if it's controlled by private sector, it can't be a human right in the same way. Now, 10 years ago, this past July, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution saying that water and sanitation are fundamental human rights. And this was an incredible breakthrough. Water was not included in the 1948 Universal Declaration on Human Rights, because back then nobody thought, you know, how could water be a problem? But by 10 years ago, by 20 years ago, by 30 years ago, it was becoming very, very clear that we needed to stop seeing it as a charity and stop seeing it as a matter of justice. It's not something that you know, somebody may give you. It is your birthright is access to clean water and sanitation. And that was a very big breakthrough. It's not that the next day everything was fine, but it did say that as a human family, we said no one should have to watch their child die of waterborne disease because the parents can't pay for it. That's not okay. And this is an issue of justice. But it's important to know that Canada did not only didn't support the human right to water and sanitation at the UN, we were the lead country opposing it. And that was to my absolute embarrassment when I was doing some advising to the UN, and people would say, can't you get your country to change its position? Now, we have changed very much since then. Canada is now a signatory to the recognition of water and sanitation. And so that's in the past, but it's very important to know why. In my opinion, the reason that the government of the time did not support it, there were two reasons. One was that it would contradict the notion that water was a tradable good in the trade agreements. But the other is that then people would hold them accountable for the terrible situation of water, the water crisis in First Nations communities. I mean, you can't say it's a human right and allow boil water, 25-year boil water advisories. Those things are not compatible. And the government of the time knew that it would be held accountable if it adopted the human right to water. Now, Canada didn't vote against it. They didn't even have the courage to do that. They voted to abstain. But still, it was not a good mark on Canada, for Canada at that time. But I think that it's important for us to understand that Canada, like many places in the world, gives preference to corporations, to corporate interests. I mean, we have massive extraction. We have, the tar sands, of course, is one example, the Ring of Fire, which is coming nearer and nearer to First Nations communities in Northern Ontario, ditto in Northern Quebec, Manitoba, and so on across the land. You go into many, many wilderness communities, many First Nations communities, the land is pockmarked by extractive industries. And this has been given preference. And this, again, is part of this whole economic globalization, that each country will do what it does best. Well, we have lots of resources, so why don't we just hack them up, sell them as fast as we can, and hope that we can buy cheap goods that are made somewhere else. And that's the thinking behind economic globalization and all these trade agreements. And we need to say, no, the emphasis has to be on protecting. I mean, this is our heritage. This is the heritage of generations who come after us. This water, this land, this soil, these trees, this fish, this bounty, this beauty must be protected. That's our role while we're here, right? And so we need to think about not just, and this is one of the messages I want to give so strongly today, it's not just a case of funding for water in First Nations communities. That, of course, is an issue, but there has been a fair amount of money under the current federal government put into water services, and it hasn't made everything okay. And that's what I think we need to understand, is that this is also a large scale question of policy priorities. What do we prioritize? What do we consider important? And until we really deal with all of those kind of issues, I think we're going to continue to see some of these problems go on forever and ever. People need to know that governments, including Canada, have 3 obligations under the human rights, human right to water and sanitation, and we really need to start pushing it. Obviously, the government is responsible for making sure that there's clean, safe water and sanitation for all people in the country, but they can't. The second is they can't remove it. And I don't know if you may have followed in the United States, but they've been turning turning water off. Water shutoffs are huge. Like millions, something like 15 million Americans every year have their water shut off because they cannot afford. As the rates go up, and particularly when you privatize those utilities, those water services, the rates go up and people can't pay, right? Well, if you can't pay, they come in and they take your water. I was in a largely, and it's largely, this is, back to environmental racism in Detroit. It's where it's very, very largely an African-American city now, the urban downtown. I was in one area, one neighborhood one morning, and 6 o'clock in the morning, and these guys came in, private company, not the workers from the water company. And they just turned the water off to the whole block, right? And that's it. No water, no, and a lot of people listening on this today will say, yeah, that's my reality. But it's also the reality of urban people, urban poor in Europe, in the United States, and it could come here unless we say that's just simply not going to happen here. The third obligation that the government has, and this is really important, is to protect the water source itself. It's not just that you have the right to clean water. Okay, we'll let them destroy that water over here and we'll send you lots of bottled water. That's not a good answer. The obligation is very, very clear under the UN resolution that not only are our governments responsible for ensuring access to water and sanitation, but that the water itself is protected. Your local water source is sacred. And this is a government responsibility. And I think we need to start working together to have that kind of understanding. So I'm going to stop here because so many wonderful people to hear, but I want to say that the fight here in Canada, in First Nations, for clean water and healthcare and everything else is, in my opinion, a microcosm of the bigger world. We have a wealthier country here than many, so it's maybe a little harder always to see. You don't have the kind of, urban slums that you'd see in some other countries where that's just, in your face. Right here, you have to know and go to see, and it's really important that we do that. But we're doing all the same things that other countries are doing that are wrong. And to such an extent, in my opinion, it is because we bought into policies that favor the rich, that favor the 1%, that favor corporations, that favor transnational corporations. Do you know of the world's 100 leading economies, 69 are corporations and only 31 are countries? 69 corporations have more annual revenue than the GDP of 31 countries. It's stunning. And that's how we've allowed this to happen. And when that happens, of course, you've got the financialization of nature. Of course, you've got the financialization of water. All of nature just gets pulled into this market system and becomes another resource for people who've got the power to make money from it. So my plea today is that as we look at this issue, we not just look at it as the transfer of more money from the different levels of government to make sure, that's very important. I'm not saying it's not, but we really need to have that bigger perspective. And I just to add three sort of ideals that I would keep in mind is that we need to keep, for any water services, sanitation services in First Nations, community control, public control, democratic control is extremely important. Don't let the big water utilities come in and start owning it. The second is to refuse financialization of water, financialization of nature and communities. And as I say, water trading has started in Alberta, and I think we need to say no to it there and across the country. And fighting corporate rule, fighting this notion that governments, you know, I remember one big trade agreement that actually was an international agreement that would give all corporations the right to sue governments the way they used to have it under the old NAFTA. And I was told by a government person at the Trade Department, oh, Maud, you and your conspiracy theories, there's no such thing as this. It was called the Multilateral Agreement on Investment. Through access to information, we found out that the government of the time, this was a liberal government, conservatives and liberals tend to, you know, love free trade. They had been meeting with the big business community for 3 years. Big business community was dictating what was going to be in that agreement, right? And there was the government saying to us, there's no such thing. Well, we put it out on the front page of the Globe and Mail, I think it was, as we got a copy of the agreement. And then found out, as I say, that the government had been meeting with the big business community. And this is, so who's at the end of the pipe here? And how do we work together? And I just want to say with all my heart, I do think this is a moment to challenge this elitism, to use COVID and the crisis that we've had here to say we have to have good public services, healthcare and water right at the top at the moment, because this is probably not the last pandemic we're going to see. And as I said earlier, if anything good can come out of this, maybe the understanding that the most vulnerable are getting hurt the worst because they were vulnerable before we went into the COVID pandemic. What can we learn? I'm hopeful. I think we can learn. I believe that hope is a moral imperative. And I look forward to anything I can do to make this vision and this partnership come true. Megwich for having me here today.
Thank you so much, Maud, for those important words that you just shared in the context that you've given, both internationally and here in Canada. We do have time for a quick question, and one has come up in our Q&A function that our participants can engage with. And this question comes from John Lees, and the question is whether or not you have any thoughts on how First Nations can play a leadership role in protecting water and fending off the commercialization of water in Canada.
I think First Nations have played an incredibly important role. In the Assembly of First Nations has, in the past, we've worked very, very closely together. I remember when we set up something called the Action Canada Network way back in 1992 or something. We used to meet in the boardroom of the Assembly of First Nations, and we did a lot of work on the issue of economic globalization. And when we met with our colleagues and counterparts in Latin America and other places, Indigenous communities were always a key part of it. I think people generally have kind of lost sight of that. It's kind of like fish don't see the water around them. You know, it's like, oh, I'm in water, you know. Younger people now have grown up corporate. They've grown up under these trade agreements. They've grown up with advertising everywhere and with corporations and branding, and it's the world they know. And I may be old enough to remember fighting it every stage of the way. We fought Walmart when it came into Canada. We knew what it was going to do to small businesses and so on. So so I'm able to look back and say, we have worked very closely. And then, of course, what happens is you get involved in individual fights in individual communities against a mining company here, or a potash operation there, or a gas. They want to bury the gas and alt gas in Nova Scotia or whatever, and then you get involved in those. But it's important to step back and say, how did these companies get these rights in the first place? Why do they so override the rights of communities? So a lot of it is literacy, and it's not just for First Nations, it's for everybody. It's for activists generally. We need to go back and remember that, you can say all the good things in the world and throw money at stuff, but if you're not willing to do the thing, to take the big policy steps, you're always going to be fighting a rearguard action. And that's where First Nations need to work with each other and with others, non-First Nations people who to find the way forward on this, because we can't lose sight of it. We can't lose sight of this big picture. It's called economic globalization. It's still here. I mean, our current government, with all the heart that Mr. Trudeau has for things, and I believe he does, he's still on that path. And that path is not a good one. You know, we have a right to, they say protectionism is the worst thing. I don't mind protectionism. I don't mind protecting children. I don't mind protecting our supply of personal PPEs and vaccines. And, you know, I don't mind protecting forests and fish. And I don't mind that. I think the word protectionism has just been absconded with, and it's just a terrible thing. And I think we need to say there's a balance between trade. It's okay, trade is fine. There's a balance between the private sector's rights or the private sector's interests or their entrepreneurship, that's fine. But there's a huge place for governments and for people and for democracy. And that's the piece that's out of kilter. And I think we have to get it back. And that's a job for us to do together.
Thanks for that, Maud. We do have time for a couple, well, maybe one quick question. There's a few coming in right now. There's an interesting question coming in here from Lance Roulette that says, under the UN Declaration and the right to water being a human right, would you foresee these rights be included as a riparian right for First Nations? And there's
Absolutely.
Also, go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say absolutely. Thank you, Lance, for that. And I think what you have to do is take the Universal Declaration on, or the Resolution on Water and Sanitation with UNDRIP, the United Nations Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, because that is such a far-reaching document, UNDRIP. I don't know if most people understand. I know Indigenous people understand, but I think a lot of people out here don't understand how much that advanced the concept of human rights. In 1948, the Universal Declaration mostly was talking about what I call first generation rights, the right to free speech, the right to assembly, the right to believe in a political party, you know, the right to your religion, the right not to be tortured, and so on. Second generation rights are more housing, education, healthcare, you know, pensions, the right to a decent living, that kind of thing. But UNDRIP goes a whole step further, and it talks about community rights. It talks about how a community, a First Nations community, or maybe a village in, you know, rural Chile or Botswana or whatever, have community rights to decide about the resources in their community. So to my mind, and UNDRIP goes into cultural rights, historic rights, collective rights, the notion of collective, because one of the criticisms of the UN human rights agenda is that it's very much individual, kind of Western-based individual. This is much more collective. And I see these two coming together in a really important way to say that the human right to water isn't one individual's right to that water, it's the community, but the community's responsibility. And Henry talked about this. It's not just rights, it's responsibilities coming back with that. And so, yes, absolutely. I think that we're evolving. The notion of human rights is evolving. And I've just been writing a new book on hope, actually, hope and activism. And I went back because I wanted to say to people, look, we're going through a tough time right now, but other generations have gone through tough times. And I talk about the Second World War and how it spawned a whole human rights agenda. I mean, there wasn't such a concept pre-World War II. You know, the Universal Declaration, one similar in Europe, the whole notion of human rights here in Canada. I've just been writing about the fight for women's rights, the fight for women's equality, Indigenous women's equality, which didn't happen until 1985. You know, these are huge fights that we've gone through. The apology by the Canadian government for the internment of Japanese Canadians during the war, the Second World War. These are important landmarks. You don't just get a law and everything's fine. You know, it's an evolving thing, but if it's going in the right direction, it's going to impact policy. It's going to impact what people end up doing and what governments have to do because we tell them to do it, right? And I feel there has been a lot of really exciting advancement in the concept of human rights, and I'm very pleased that our government has accepted UNDRIP. Whether we're there yet in terms of making it real, of course not, but it was a big step that we both adopted the resolution on water and sanitation and UNDRIP.
Thanks so much, Maude. We do have a few other questions, but I think what I'll do is we'll ensure that we forward those on to you so you have a chance to address them, share those back with everyone. Thank you so much for your time and your input and your hope, more importantly. Now is a difficult time to find hope in a lot of nations across the country, so we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Kelly. Gary.
I'm going to transfer it over now to our next guest. So we've talked a lot already today on many different topics. We've covered boil water advisories, climate change, infrastructure gaps, the lack of training and education. We are talking about some really important issues affecting First Nations across Canada. We want to shift a little bit and give a chance for our youth to speak. Our next speaker is Rosalie Labedois, who is the co-chair of the AFN Youth Council. She has spoken at our water events in the past and provides a really fantastic insight and perspective from her views. So I'm going to pass it over to Rosalie. Rosalie, thanks so much for making time with us today.
Yes, Bilal and Carrie. So as Carrie had introduced me, my name is Rosalie Labedois. I come from Ilverbar First Nation in Mi'kmaq territory. I come from the District 7. And right now I'm currently a student at Trent University and as well as the co-chair of the AFN National Youth Council. I've done many things, in my life. I've traveled to many different places and have met very many beautiful people and beautiful land. And so I'm quite fortunate to be able to be given this opportunity, and especially want to thank our elders for opening us up in a good way, and for our regional chiefs for their acknowledgements. And as well, I got to know some people through the water and housing and infrastructure sector at AFN. And I give like a big thanks out to their director, Irving, and as well as all his staff. They've been so amazing to us. And I had the chance last year as they brought in about, I want to say maybe like 30 of us, 30 of young people from across the country. And we had met in Vancouver. And so this was a part of their youth engagement. They had seen in some of their regional engagements that was their young people were lacking there, right? Their presence wasn't there. And so they brought in a whole bunch of us from across the country from all different aspects and walks of life. And it was quite amazing, the kinship relationships that we had built from that gathering and that we still maintain today. A lot of us had kept in close contact since, and we're in the works of our own little things that are happening behind the scenes. And I'm sure we'll be happy to announce, what will be coming up soon. As everybody knows, COVID kind of slowed us down, and in all aspects of life too. So I give out our prayers, to all our loved ones who we have lost this year, and to acknowledge their families and to pay our respects in that way as well. I was thinking about the speaking, and I was like, oh man, like what am I going to talk about now? And I know that last year I had spoke at the summit as well too, and we had our team come in as well, and we had done a presentation. And I'll disclose I'm nowhere near like an academic. I don't come from no fancy background, or I'm not a expert in any of this really. A lot of that knowledge and wisdom that carries me, it comes from our lodges, and I'm not here to be talking about all these different facts and all these numbers, because frankly, I'm quite terrible with numbers. So, and we all know that, water, there's a big issue in the country, right? We all see it in our backyards, within our own households, we see that. And I come from on the East Coast. And so I know my community is going to be impacted by sea level rising. And so there's these different things that we see how we often overlook at times, but we have to start in my community. We're going to have to start preparing for what's going to come. Already we had one of our storm surges back in 2010. And my family, my father was quite influential, and I know I could just hear him now. If he's listening to me, he's super humble, but he's very influential in helping bring in one of our seawalls that's going to protect as a barrier to our shoreline, And so these are the type of protocols and these type of initiatives that we're taking as a community that's going to protect it. But we know sometime in the future that we'll have to we're going to have to relocate. And that's quite hard, to think of. I grew up seeing the ocean every day. And what if my children don't get to see that? So that's a sad reality that we have to accept. And I think what kind of helps us is, my understanding is just that ceremonial aspect, right? And I think of this teaching that one of my elders had spoken about. And it's like, if you love your children, if you love your family, you wouldn't do negative things to the land or to other people, because you never know how those may come back, right? There's that natural law. And I think for a while, we have forgotten our responsibility to that land, to our Mother Earth, and to that water. And we've disrespected that. And they show us in many ways of the consequences. We see a lot of natural disasters that have been happening across the country, across the world, really. So there's these little things that are showing us, and I think it's time, that we start to wake up. We got to pick up our bundles. We got to come back home and come back to our ways of being as Indigenous people, as Ilnu people. And I've seen a lot of that happen within the past couple of months. A lot of our people start going back to the land, and it's like we began to value that knowledge again. So I always want to acknowledge our elders too, who are out there and who really stuck it out, right? I know it's a lonely path to walk upon, and so I really want to acknowledge our traditional knowledge keepers. That knowledge that carries them. It's so valuable, and really to lift them up for their work. And, to kind of bring it back to, what's been happening as well too. I want to talk about like our grassroots people as well. I think they deserve a huge acknowledgement too. That they're out there in the front lines, protecting and fighting for our rights. And I very much love Mo Barlow's presentation. Once I heard challenging the systems, I was like, oh, I just want to hear more. It was so refreshing to hear that. And I very much support what she had said about, about creating legislation and policies that can eventually give these beautiful elements their own rights as they deserve so too. I had the chance when I was down in New Zealand to meet that river that has their own rights, and it was quite an honor. And I think that we don't have to really reinvent the wheel. I think we just have to reach out to our relatives across the country who have been doing these things. That the research and technology is out there, and we just kind of have to get our people on board. When it comes down to why we're doing these things. And I think about the late Elmer Crochet. He was one of our co-chairs at the Assembly of First Nations Elders Council. And what he had always talked about was the importance of our young ones. If we could center them at all of our work, then we'll know we'll be on the right path, because we're doing things that are separated from ego and greed and selfishness. So I really believe if we could change that way that we think, and the way that we do business, and we think about those future generations, then things will change. We'll see beautiful things that will happen. And I was also thinking a lot about what Regional Chief Kevin Hart had talked about, involving our Indigenous nations in these decision makings. And I just want to reiterate that, and also to talk about the importance of involving our young people in those decisions, because those, whatever is going to come out of that is going to directly impact our lives, and we don't want to have to go back and redo things, right? So I think that's, and I've seen a lot of progress within the organization and the involvement. And as I'm sitting here addressing everybody, and I want to thank you all for giving me that time and for being here and listening to what everybody has to say. And I know that during these times it's really hard. But we got to think about that water and being able to reconnect once again. It's so simple. And, I think that's we've made things so difficult in our lives. But it's just as simple as going down to that water and making an offering, or even just like, it may sound silly, but even just like talking to it. Our elders talked about how that water, it laughs, it sings, it cries, it talks. And we got to ask for that forgiveness too. We've done a lot of harm. And I think in the way that we move forward is like acknowledging those things, right in those relations, and being able to move forward. Last year at the summit, we had actually went down and did a ceremony at the waterfront, and we brought that vessel into the summit, into our presentation. And it's like that was the water that we had to ask. We were asking all these experts, all these academic people, and or asking all political people, and we're asking them for all these answers. But we're forgetting that soul thing was that water spirit that we forgot to ask. And so we have brought that spirit back into our presentation and making their presence known as well. So and I also, before I jump off, I don't want to take up too much time. I know that the schedule is running a few minutes late, but I also want to acknowledge all of our water technicians and operators, and especially to our young people who are out there, seeking their education, in this field. It's very important work. I have a few really good family members who are in this work as well, and I think, often too many times they go unacknowledged. So I really want to acknowledge our water technicians and operators, and to our Indigenous women operators as well, and technicians. I've had the chance to meet them, and I think that they're truly amazing. And so I want to thank you from the wholeness of my heart. Walalio, Imsanogma.
Rosalie, thank you so much for that. I know every time you speak, you have such powerful words, and we are getting some comments and feedback in the Q&A saying that you have so much power in your words. There's a comment in there that I'm going to say because I wholeheartedly believe it, which is that you always say, I don't have that scholarly background, I'm not good with numbers, but the knowledge that you bring and the perspective you bring is arguably much more important than the knowledge systems of the Western ways and the scholarly ways that we think about these things. So thank you for being truthful and sharing your perspective. If you have time, there's a quick question in the chat that I just want to give you a chance to look at. And the question comes from Brett, who acknowledges the power in your words and then asks whether or not you can share your perspectives on the possibility of moving back to hereditary systems and not sticking to INAC or Indigenous Services Canada systems. So going back to First Nations ways of doing things. Do you have thoughts on that?
Oh my, that's like my favorite question. And that's something I often ponder myself. I come from a political family. I grew up in that limelight, for about 20 some years of my life, and me and my father were having these conversations, and being able to recognize those systems that still, that still remain in our community. I think on the East Coast, we've been affected by colonization, first, right? This is where they first had come upon our lands. And I see in our communities, we value that system and kind of uphold it and have strayed away. And I think this is a journey that I've been on, as well as discovering, even our own customary laws. What does that mean to be, an Innu person, or as well as those great binding laws. I truly believe that our people have to, I think Maud had she had talked about it before, was like, it's like it's like that fishbowl, right? We don't understand, we don't see that, it's happening to our own communities, but we need to do by educating ourselves in both ways of how do we deconstruct these systems in our own communities and as well as our own minds, and being able to be open and taking that journey to learning what our traditional governance systems may look like. And we may have to go to our relatives, go to our Anishinaabe or our Cree relatives, and to learn and being able to bring some of those things back home. So I love that question, and I'll probably go off the deep end if you let me, but I'll just keep that for now.
That's our favorite part. I know last time at the symposium, you and the panel had such amazing perspectives to share. So I do want to let everyone watching know that we will be doing that again at the upcoming AFN symposium and calling on our youth to really have their voices be heard, because it's such an important perspective. Rosalie, you're getting some kudos in the chat about what an amazing, strong, powerful presenter you are. So I want to share that back towards you. And thank you so much for sharing your time with us today. It's really important to have. We started off in a good way with our knowledge keepers, and we're going into the next half of our session having bookended that with arguably another knowledge keeper, Rosalie, and a really awesome perspective that you've shared with everyone. So thank you so much for making the time today, Miigwech.
Yes, Walalio.
We're going to actually give everyone a chance now to take a health break. So we have powered through 2 and a bit hours of some very tough, difficult questions. We are going to take a short break during the next 5-minute break. We're going to give you the sounds of Murray Porter while we take that break. It's only a 5-minute break, so we apologize that it's a short break, but we're all working from home, so our health breaks aren't as far as they used to be or used to take us. So we're going to give a 5-minute break. I encourage you all to come back right at 25 past the hour, depending on where you are located in this beautiful country, because we will have the Honorable Mark Miller, Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, promptly starting at 1:25 p.m. Eastern, 10:25 a.m. BC time, 11:25 a.m. Alberta time, and I'll keep going, but math is no fun. So let's go off for 5 minutes to the sounds of Murray Porter, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
Hey, Sago, hello. My name is Murray Porter. I come from the 6 stations of the Grand River Territory in southern Ontario. That's where I grew up. That's where I have been most of my life. But now, for the last 14 years, we've been living in Vancouver, BC. And it's really smoky here right now. And so if my voice sounds a little smoky, well, it does anyway, so. But anyway, here we go. Enough of that. Here's time for some music. Hope you enjoy it. The first one's called The Water. And very poignant at this time of the... Elaine wrote this one, by the way, the lyrics. I'm loving the water, seems so calm to me. I'm loving the water, comes so naturally. It's a gift from my mother, we can't deny. The day we lose it is the day, that's the day we die. No more sense of death, should have never been. No more sense of death, drinking water that's not clean. Can't make money, what can't they see? The world needs water, we have many mouths to feed. What have we done? Put poison into her. What have we done to our children's future? souls to the very last drop. No more senseless deaths, should have never been. No more senseless death, drinking water, drinking water, drinking water that's not clean. It should be a right for all humanity. Supply clean water, not for money, not for greed. We have many mouths to feed. We have many mouths to feed. We have many mouths to feed. All right. So, hope everybody's doing okay. I'm going to do a song a good friend of mine said to me one time. He goes, "Oh, man, someday I'll never learn." And so I said, "Hey, man, I like that. Can I use that?" And he goes, "You can have it, man. Go right ahead." Sean Henry, if you're listening out there, thank you for this line. And you're not getting any credit on the album, I'm just saying. I'm kidding, man. Come on. Well, someday I'll never learn. Someday I'll never learn. See, I lit the fires and I'm the one that got burned. When I was a young man, I had money to burn. Every night, spend every penny that I earned. He was still buddy and passed on in return. Well, someday I'll never learn. Someday I'll never learn. Well, I lit the fires and I'm the one that got burned. Sometimes I feel alone in the middle of the night, but I ain't no fool. My mama raised me right, but I know, baby, I know you ain't treating me right. but my love she spurned. Stayed out late at night, said that's not my concern. Well, she was so cold, her heart had freezer burn. Hey, someday I'll never learn. Someday I'll never learn. Well, I lit the fires and I'm the one that got burned. Yes, I lit the fires and I'm the one that got burned. Yeah, I lit the fires and I'm the one that got burned. Yeah, I got burned, baby. I'm still smoking a little bit. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I trust your short 5-minute health break served you well. I know that back-to-back Zoom calls always make it for an interesting time trying to get health breaks. So hopefully you've come back to us refreshed and ready to go. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our next guest. The Honourable Mark Miller has joined us today, Minister of Indigenous Services Canada. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Apologize for the slight delay exiting cabinet. Good afternoon. Bonjour. Let me start first by thanking the elders for their prayers and words of wisdom earlier on today, reminding us that water is the one thing the world cannot survive without. I also want to acknowledge that as I'm in Ottawa joining you here today, I'm on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people, and I'm pleased to connect with you from the various territories and communities that you are joining us from today, albeit virtually. I particularly want to praise National Chief Perry Bellegarde and Ontario Regional Chief Roseanne Archibald for organizing this summit to discuss urgent and emerging water issues facing First Nations. Everyone in Canada must have access to safe, clean, and reliable drinking water. It's an imperative. Before we continue, I want to address the situation that is on the top of many people's minds, including, I believe, Chief Munias will be speaking later, namely the situation in his community of Neskantaga. The recent shutdown of Neskanaga's water distribution system highlights the challenges before us that many communities have faced for decades, and in the present case, for a quarter of a century. Even as many more communities are now able to rely on safe water systems, other communities, such as Neskantaga, still face serious, grave, and pressing issues. Neskantaga, as mentioned earlier, has been under a drinking water advisory since 1995. This is unacceptable. And it is the longest such advisory in First Nations communities. Indigenous Services Canada has provided $16.5 million for a new water treatment plant and upgrades to the water distribution system and wastewater collection system. And to the best of my understanding, which reflects briefing last night, the water treatment plant is now operational and is undergoing testing to confirm that it is indeed fully functional. I am in regular contact with both Chief Munias and Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, whose leadership I want to highlight as well. And we will continue to discuss the next steps that we take to get the community in a place where it's ready to repatriate, first and foremost, in a safe fashion. The worry that we have about the safety of the community, first and foremost, is the safety of the water, but also the immense challenges that we face with the global pandemic of COVID-19. Additionally, we support Chief Munias's call for a third-party investigation into the business practice of consultants and engineering companies hired with respect to Canada's longest oil water advisories, as well as the extended one, which is the result of the advocacy of the community, so that as we identify errors, that they do not repeat themselves, importantly for other communities who are perhaps under a similar set of conditions with similar contractors. Preparations for investigations have begun and will proceed in close partnership, as I have committed to, with Chief Muniz. Our government, the province, Madawa Tribal Council, Sioux-Lookup First Nations Health Authority, whose leadership I want to highlight, particularly in the work they've been done in and around COVID, and many others are working with community leadership to provide essential supports to meet the needs of those evacuated to Thunder Bay, as well as those remaining in community. As I expect you will hear from Chief Muniz in his own words shortly, his community does not want to be in Thunder Bay, but are forced to be through no fault of their own. And we will continue to be there to help them. Ensuring First Nations have access to clean water is and will continue to be top priority for the government of Canada. When we came to office in November 2015, existing water systems were often old, poorly maintained, and unable to meet the capacity needs of growing communities. Meanwhile, communities struggled to keep trained water operators on staff to run this essential equipment. In November of 2015, 105 long-term drinking water advisories were in effect on public water systems on reserves, far too many. Since 2016, we've committed $2.19 billion to build and repair water and wastewater infrastructure, support effective management and maintenance of water systems on reserves, and strengthen capacity through enhanced training of water systems operators. Over the last 4 years, 348 water and wastewater projects have been completed in First Nations communities, and additional 300 projects have started. These projects will serve approximately 462,000 people in 581 First Nations communities. First Nations are repairing, expanding, or replacing their all-important community infrastructure. Training for water system operators has been strengthened across the country, and additional funding for operations and maintenance is being allocated to communities presently. Our role is to support this and see it through completion. The long-term water drinking advisory commitment was made to drive forward actions to address drinking water issues and concerns on reserve. This approach has worked. Partnering with First Nations, we've collectively taken a number of important actions that have improved drinking water on reserve. And we've lifted 97 long-term drinking water advisories on public systems on reserve. Much work does remain, and initiatives, discussions, and projects are underway to address all remaining long-term advisories. Over the same period, we've worked with First Nation partners to lift 170 short-term drinking water advisories, vitally preventing those advisories from becoming long-term and ensuring clean drinking water to First Nations. Equally important, all First Nations communities now have access to trained personnel to sample and test drinking water quality at the tap, which is being monitored regularly. And thanks to enhanced capacity and increased monitoring frequency, First Nations' ability to detect potential problems sooner have improved significantly, which has prevented further deterioration of water supply. We're also seeing First Nations communities start to assume jurisdiction over water issues. This past June, we had the honor to sign the first ever framework agreement for an Indigenous-led water authority in Canada with the Atlantic First Nations Water Authority. It was a great achievement and one we hope to see replicated elsewhere. Under the agreement, we will continue to work together toward the goal of transferring full control of water and wastewater to a First Nation water authority, providing services to 15 communities, serving 4,500 homes and businesses. That's more than half of the First Nation population living on reserve in Atlantic Canada. The agreement is a significant milestone and an important step towards fully autonomous First Nations-led water operations. This is tangible progress, and we're determined to keep moving forward in the months ahead to enable more First Nations to achieve this same success. Safe drinking water and wastewater treatment is directly linked to healthy communities and better health outcomes. As part of the longer-term plan, we are working closely with First Nations to prioritize investments in infrastructure and capacity building to build a sustainable system that ensures that First Nation communities have access to safe drinking water now and into the future, in addition to streamlining funding processes. I'm also excited about our work with First Nations to develop and co-develop a long-term strategy to ensure that drinking water systems are sustainable. The ongoing AFN-led engagement is a critical step to ensuring we achieve and sustain the goal of clean drinking water on reserves. Feedback from this process will inform the long-term infrastructure plans being co-developed with First Nations to close the infrastructure gap by 2030. This input will be invaluable to my cabinet colleagues, Environment and Climate Change Minister Jonathan Wilkinson and Infrastructure and Communities Minister Catherine McKenna. We need to work across departments and across governments to ensure systems are sustainable and regulations are in place to protect communities in line with community needs. There's no denying that the pandemic has slowed our efforts to address challenges like these more quickly. It's too early to determine the full impact of COVID-19 on water infrastructure timelines, but we remain aggressively committed to fix this. Every advisory, of course, is unique, so we are exploring every possible solution with community leadership to meet their goals and revise timelines based on what works for each individual community. We'll continue this work in a way that aligns with and fosters the realization of community priorities. But at the same time, I want to be clear. Our work on water infrastructure is not just focused on the short term. We need to build a sustainable system that ensures that First Nation communities have access to safe drinking water now and far into the future. We need to make sure that this is not a problem that reemerges, but one that is fixed for your kids, your grandchildren, and for their grandchildren. We know there's more work ahead to make sure communities have the clean drinking water that they need. And we'll keep working in partnership to make that happen. That's a commitment you can count on. As Prime Minister Trudeau has made crystal clear in his recent remarks, he has been unequivocal. We will not stop until all long-term drinking water advisories are lifted. This commitment was reinforced in the recent speech from the throne. It pledged additional resiliency investments to meet the clean drinking water commitment in First Nations communities, along with additional supports for capacity building for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation, something the communities have said to us directly. I can assure you that we are all working towards the same goal, drinking water that is clean, safe, and reliable. However, I also know the power of partnership and what we can accomplish when we sit down together and develop joint solutions to achieve our shared goals. The improvements in addressing water challenges I've noted today underline that this collaborative approach is working. Today's summit is further proof of that by working together, we can and we will find a path forward. Miigwech, thank you, merci.
Thank you, merci, Minister Miller. We do have time for some questions and they are slowly coming through. So if it works with you, we'll just take a few of those questions. Some of the questions we had earlier today, so focused a little bit on long-term funding. I'm wondering if you can speak to the requests from First Nations across Canada for long-term sustained funding that allows them to hire staff to make long-term decisions, sustainable decisions around their water and wastewater.
This is an excellent question, and I hope to provide an excellent answer to that, because as we looked at, and I mentioned the challenges that we faced with respect to COVID and some of the deadlines and the real tangible concern with respect to workers coming to communities. We saw a particular pointed example of that in the Scandiga with a worker that came in with COVID. But communities, and rightly so, in some cases have shut down or have taken different approaches to being safe. And the reality is we've lost the construction season. It's undeniable. And part of the relationship that our government needs to have with Indigenous communities is to speak foremost the truth. What I've heard with respect to what has been a sort of a Canada-wide deadline of spring 2021 is the legitimate feedback, which is, well, what happens after that? And that's highlighted in the question that you posed. The challenge with respect to sometimes state-of-the-art plants, O&M financing, long-term commitments to be there in partnership, is to reflect that the concerns of the government of Canada won't just disappear. after spring 2021. And that was the whole purpose of the statements made in the speech from the throne. I hope to be presenting some good news. Everyone always wants to focus on the dollars and the finances over the coming days, because it does it puts financial capacity behind the words we say, and that, I think that is always a very ever-present need to express as we talk about the needs that are told to us by communities according to their timelines. And what we've heard resoundingly from communities, and not just ones where there are new plans working and functioning, but those that are looking to lift their long-term water advisories, which is an element of pride in the community, is that they want to see the federal government in partnership according to their terms for long-term funding. So I'm very optimistic on that point, and I do acknowledge its importance in furthering the relationship and moving towards that decision, which is to lift the long-term water advisories, but also with respect to those that are on short-term, or those that just have a functioning plant, but see their O&M capacity dwindling, or need to see that horizon that is more than simply a budgetary cycle. So again, excellent question, and thank you for that, and glad to provide that clarification.
Thank you, Minister. You also mentioned in your chat about investigating contractors and engineers with respect to the construction of water and wastewater facilities and largely all infrastructure projects. As an engineer myself, I'm quite critical of the way in which engineering firms have in large part contributed to a problem that exists in First Nations communities. What is being done with that inquiry to ensure that that's being led by First Nations rather than having it be led sort of outside of the community? How is that process going to ensure that First Nations views and perspectives, especially our tribal councils and our technicians who are actively working on this and have the expertise to share, are part of that conversation?
This is, I think, as we've seen a number of media stories in and around some of the challenges that we've had with respect to our relationship and expectation that I have with respect to the civil service, that all relationships are done on a nation-to-nation basis. This extends to the process with respect to which we employ in coming to terms of reference for that type of investigation. The terms of reference that we are working with Chief Munias and his community to develop will be done in partnership with him. That was my word to him, and that is the word that I plan to keep with him in telling us what those terms are. If it is an outside auditing firm that is brought in, one that is that has that acceptance within the community, the terms of reference are currently being drawn. But what was clear to me in the discussion that I had with him and Grand Chief Fiddler last week was that this has to be community driven. They were able to share some horror stories with me with respect to a number of contractors and contracting practices. What is quite clear is, in some respects, this is not limited to one community. And so obviously, in concern for neighboring communities, Chief Munias was emphatic that this not be limited to a simple investigation as to why there were certain practices employed and why they've had to be on this long-term water advisory, not limited to their community, but their brother and sister communities. And that is something that I undertook to do. So to answer your question quite clearly, that work is being done currently in partnership with the community. We expect that feedback on the terms of reference as they are, obviously I have to respect the priorities that they establish for the repatriation of their people into the Skandiga. But I hope that the terms can be finalized pretty quickly and that the investigation can go underway, because I've said quite clearly, if there's blame to be laid at the feet of the federal government, we should assume that if we look as to where the responsibility may lie elsewhere, it's important to hold people to account, yes, but it's important, obviously, to acknowledge where there are mistakes so that we don't keep repeating them and that other communities don't suffer from this, from poor engineering. So I'm not an engineer myself, so I don't opine on those issues, but I do acknowledge that there have been some pretty sharp practices based on the testimonial that I've heard, and it is indeed quite alarming, and I hope to finalize those terms of reference shortly.
Great, thank you. There's a question that's come through that builds on a comment that our speaker, Maud Barlow, gave earlier, which was that funding is important, but equally as important as funding are policies that are in place to protect. And so there's a question that's come in asking about how the federal government can help to protect Indigenous waters and Indigenous people's access or rights to water outside of just funding. So are there environmental protections that can be put in place that will prioritize Indigenous people and their water rather than prioritizing other initiatives? Can you speak a little bit to that, please?
Absolutely, and it's very much top of mind as I look at some of the cost of inaction that we've faced as a society, as Canadian society, particularly as we move to support those in Wabaseemoong White Dog First Nation and Grassy Narrows, as they are suffering perhaps the most acute expression of environmental. I call it environmental racism, a form of a complete willful disregard of environmental consequences for the generations to come in what is essentially a unique set of circumstances when it comes to Grassy Narrows and White Dog, but something that was caused by a sloppy discharge of industry of 10 tons of mercury back in the 1960s, and has taken 50, 60 years to even address. And when we have addressed it in a very partial way. My point in this is that there is a consequence for not doing anything. And as we look at some of the initiatives that Minister Wilkinson has deployed in partnership with Indigenous peoples, we want to ensure that we have those voices at the table to guide our action. And it goes through a number of, whether it's some of the national parks that we've protected, the lands that we have protected, the protection of water is key as well. I think at the very outset of the first mandate of our government, we saw the moratorium in the far north that was put into place. Those are very acute examples of action that was taken, but a better stewardship of how we deal with the land and how we ensure that environmental protections are put into place and have teeth is key, and that has to be done with environmental stewardship, with First Nations, Indigenous peoples that are stewards of the land as well. These are difficult. A lot of these are very, very difficult conversations. But as Ms. Barlow says, they need to be had because we want to be active, proactive, and not in remediation mode, because we know that failure to act does have consequences, and that is very much the state of the discussion we are having now at Cabinet with respect to our net zero commitments, and which comes and goes through protection of the land and increased protection of the land and waterways.
Thanks so much for that. There's a few other questions, and maybe it'll tie back a little bit to some of your comments earlier around funding. The first one is kind of centered around O&M, and this is a difficult conversation to have. There was recent announcements in the budget that increased that O&M funding amount, but there's still quite a bit of concern across nations in Canada about whether or not that funding is enough. Wondering if you can speak a little bit to the federal government's commitment to addressing true O&M needs for First Nations. So not necessarily just choosing what that number should be, but listening to First Nations and have them tell you exactly what the costs are for those facilities, and then being able to provide funding in order to address that. Can you speak a little bit to that O&M piece?
Well, a bit as an extension of the earlier answer that I gave you. We're currently looking at what those long-term needs are. To say that we have a full grasp of the number and the need would be I think would be an overstatement. I do think we're engaged in getting a grip of what that number could be for communities. We've certainly heard that these are very complicated, particularly as water standards increase. As you know, being an engineer, that some of these to operate and work and get certified in the current context and environment requires a pretty advanced knowledge of chemistry and math. In particular, I've had the opportunity to visit a lot of these plants, whether it's on their opening or seeing their operation and maintenance. The people working there are sometimes the pride of the community, and sometimes they're underpaid compared to their peers outside the community, and they may therefore seek to be justly paid for what they are entitled to get with their levels of qualifications and expertise. So there's some work to be done to create a level playing field for the operators and those that are so key, and it's an essential service. So why should these people not be paid and have the corresponding continuing education formation to make sure that this plant, which is securing the water needs of a community, is properly maintained? That's part of the discussion. I alluded to in my speech. I don't have the opportunity to disclose firm numbers at this point. We know it is a challenge, and it has to be a longer term commitment that goes part and parcel with the commitment to lift all water and prevent long-term water, short-term water advisories from becoming long-term, and indeed preventing any advisory from taking effect. And that is the challenge that we face. And it's a challenge that we have to face as a long-term commitment, as opposed to a year-over-year recommitment, which doesn't provide communities with the predictability and stability of financial need that they expect and rightly demand.
Right. There's a quick question here that, and this comes up quite a bit, is that with the focus on long-term advisories, and those are community systems, right? So connections of five connections or more systems, public systems. There's a lot of First Nations across the country who are on individual systems. And so there's a question asking about whether or not that's a priority of this federal government and in your offices, and how we can best address the needs of those many First Nations who aren't on a community distribution system, and even as you look sort of forward looking and planning, likely won't be on any kind of community distribution system. Can you speak a little bit to those First Nations?
Do you mean just individual wells?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have a clear answer to that. I know it's a challenge. I mean, I don't have I can't say I have a clear answer to provide with respect to individual wells. I mean, we always work with communities to ensure that their people have access to clean water. You know, depending on geography, distance, sometimes an individual well is just more feasible than a hooked up system, and I understand that, particularly as you get more rural and remote. But I won't exclude communities that are much closer to large urban agglomerations, which is just a testament to where we are in Canada. But we do work with communities to ensure that their members are properly served. But if I don't have a better appreciation of what that number is, again, as we move to close a housing infrastructure gap on reserve, I believe this has to be part of the conversation, as well as the conversations around wastewater and building standards.
Thank you, Minister. I want to take the time to really thank you for showing up to our Water Summit today and providing some really key remarks for the First Nations who are listening to this summit across the nation. It's really important to have that commitment be shown, not just through your words, but through your actions. And I think showing here and sharing your thoughts and perspectives today is greatly appreciated by everyone here and the AFN as well. So thank you so much for making time out of your day. I know you've got to run off to probably yet another Zoom virtual event, but I just want to say thank you so much from AFN and from all the participants here for sharing your perspectives today.
Thank you. It's question period, so if I'm late, I may get fired. But I do appreciate the time to speak about that. Look, we're talking about key assets in communities and working with the AFN, regional leadership, local leadership, to ensure that there's proper asset management and a sense of what the overall picture is key. It's something that Indigenous Services Canada is committed to. And to that end, I just want to highlight the work that you've done for organizing this and putting it together and allowing me this short time to speak.
No, great. Thank you. Good luck at questions.
Bye.
Thanks so much. We're now going to move on to the next item on our agenda. So we are lucky to also have some important people joining us today to talk about some very urgent and current water issues that are being experienced. You heard Minister Miller, the national chief, and our regional chief speak to the situation that is occurring in Neskantaga with a 25-year boil water advisory, multiple evacuations of all of their nation members to Thunder Bay. Chief Muniz, Christopher Muniz here from Neskantaga First Nation has joined us, along with Chief Emily Wittung from Curve Lake First Nation. They are going to speak today a bit about what's happening. And first, I want to pass it over to Chief Muniz for his remarks. Chief Muniz, thank you so much for making time for the AFN Water Summit today, especially during what is a difficult time for you and for all of your nation members. I'll pass it over to you. Thank you for joining us. Oh, Chief Muniz, I'll just get you to unmute there. It's a mistake I commonly make.
Okay, let's start. Okay, my name is Chief Muniz, Chief Christopher Muniz, Neskantaga First Nation. I've been a chief for a year, a little bit over a year and a half, and this is my first term. My community members, 261 community members are in Thunder Bay right now due to a water infrastructure failure that turned into a public health emergency. We're living in Victoria Inn right now, where we have exclusive use of the hotel. So we've been able to get that so we can create a bubble of safety. So for against the COVID-19. So our community members are happy that there's a extra level of safety measures being taken place. So we've been under a boil water advisory since February 1, 1995. That's 9,428 days. We've been evacuated for 36 days already, and some of us longer because some community members had to go to their appointments in either Winnipeg, Solikau, or in Thunder Bay. So they left a week earlier or a week or two earlier. Now they're stuck over there. So a lot of them are like, we don't have any proper health facilities here in Thunder Bay. I mean, here in Neskantaga. I'm calling in from Neskantaga. I came here for the day. I came in this morning and to check up on the people on the ground, just to see if I can try to bring some morale up, and it seems to be working. So delivered some orders. I feel like Santa Claus today. So those are some of the things that we are going through. Our water plant was built in the experimental water treatment plant was built in 1993, and like I said, it was just an experimental plant that had the slow sand filtration system. The sand, you cannot get it from here. You have to fly it in, or deliver it through Winter Road. So, around after it was built, shortly after, in 1994, building was complete. And in 1995, that's when the boil water advisory started. And since then, we've been advocating for a new water plant, and it fell on deaf ears, and we continue to we've been continuing to fight for a water plant, for something that our Neskantaga members can drink clean water from the tap. I have a 23-year-old daughter, and she hasn't been able to drink clean water from the tap. And she went to high school, she went to college, she graduated both, and while she was out there, she wasn't able to bring herself to drinking tap water because the trauma she faced, the mental health issues that come with it. She hasn't been able to trust the water, even in Thunder Bay where she is right now, even in Victoria Inn where she is right now. She's not able to drink from the tap. We have to go purchase bottled water. You know, it becomes so normal for us to do that, and like even for myself, I don't know how I probably have 2 cases in my room, and you know that's just normal for us, you know, because you know that's all we knew. Even like you know, I'm 51 years old and I've never known clean drinking water in my community. I've always lived in my community, and that's what we have to go through, and we did, and I had to kind of chuckle when Minister Miller said that, you know, the water plant is ready to go. I mean, I beg to differ from that, because if it was ready to go, we'd be home by now. And if it was ready to go, our dates of repatriation wouldn't have gone from November 2, November 4, November 28, December 2, December 4, December 9, and now December 14. So when I met with my community members yesterday, a lot of them are saying that we may even be stuck there for Christmas. And we won't. I mean, that's what they're starting to suspect, is that they're not going to be, they're not going to be in the community or at home for Christmas. They'll be stuck in a hotel. So, you know, that's sad to see. And, you know, when I landed here this morning, and, you know, it just, you know, I was almost overcome with emotion because of what I saw. It's just empty. There's no people. And all I saw was military people. When I walked into the office building where my office is located, people in green camouflage uniforms. I think I saw about 6 or 7 of them. You know, it's not a good or pretty sight to see. And one of the most important things that you know we want is now we want clean water. That's all we were asking for. We want to make sure that we have access to sustainable water, and you know, the community requires more than just Band-Aid fixes that we've been experiencing for the past 25 years. You know, those piecemeal projects. You know, we'll fix a little bit here, we'll fix a little bit there, we'll fix a little bit there, and next thing you know, 25 years later, we still have boil water advisory, and that's what that's what we've been going through. And right now, you know, people are saying, you know, you have a new water treatment plant. It's not a new water treatment plant. It's just an upgrade. We're still using the same parts from the old water treatment plants to make this place run. So I mean, I mean, I wouldn't call it new. It's just it's like putting a rebuilt motor on an old car. You know, that's all it is. And we don't want to end up here again. We want it done right. We want to make sure that all the you know, they fix it and they do it right. That we'll go out. Like, you know, our children's been crying. Our children has been speaking publicly. They've been on the news all over Canada, saying that they want clean drinking water, and that's all they want. You know, they shouldn't have to beg Canada, or they shouldn't have to beg for anybody to have a clean glass of water. Nobody should have to do that here in Canada or anywhere else. It's 2020 right now, and none of us, you, myself, or anybody else listening, shouldn't have to beg for clean water. My 9-year-olds are doing that. My 12-year-olds are doing that. My 14-year-olds are doing that. My 23-year-olds are doing that. My 30-year-olds are doing that. My 65-year-olds are doing that. That shouldn't happen. If this is not systemic racism, what else? What is? What is systemic racism if this is not it? 25 years, going on 26 years. We shouldn't have to go through this. We just want our water plant fixed. We just want clean water. And we want to make sure when we get if we get our clean water, I'm saying if, because I'm not confident anymore that we're going to get it with this project, because they can't even get the performance test going. 5 days ago, they were supposed to start. Day 5, they have failed each day to get that specifications right. The construction specification or the building specifications, they haven't even been able to get it right to start the 14-day stress test. It hasn't even left the water plant. Imagine if it goes into the old distribution system. There's going to be more failures there, because I've asked that to be changed too, put in a new one. All I get is a feasibility study. See, I don't even know how long my nation will be stuck in Thunder Bay. The specification says it can provide 3.8 liters per second. They can't even go past 2.6 liters per second. We're a long way off. And because of that, because of 26-year boil water advisory, we're asking for, we want services for my community members, for our nation, mental health services, sustainable mental health services, not just a quick fix. We want, make sure that the water comes from the, from the source to the tap. And we want to make sure that we have, we've shared pictures with, our bottled water that was flowing in, that's being flown in. They're having a great environmental impact. We want to make sure that those are cleaned up, and we want to make sure our people will trust water again. They can't even trust the water in Thunder Bay. Those are, what does that say to the mental health impacts? What does that say to you as a human being when your child cannot even trust the water? Or even myself, I can't even trust the water. What damages has already been done? What damages has already been done? 25 years. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Miigwech, Chief Munoz. That was a very powerful statement that you said, and sharing your perspective. I know you've been very active on social media and in the news, sharing what's happening with your people in Thunder Bay. For those of you who aren't paying attention on social media, Chief Munoz, your constant tweets and videos of your members, the children, the youth that are sharing their experience right now, is, if that doesn't get you off of your seat to make change and ask for change, I don't know what will. So thank you for your braveness and sharing that experience day in and day out. I can't imagine the level of frustration that you are experiencing right now. So I thank you for sharing that. We will have time for some questions, but I want to pass it over firstly to build on what you said to Chief Emily Waitung from Curve Lake First Nation and Justice Harry Laforme, who is here to speak a little bit about what you're doing to sort of push this forward and move for change. Emily, Harry, Chief?
Miigwech. First, I'd like to thank Chief Munoz for walking this journey with me. and I'd like to introduce myself. Anin Gijab Dishnik Kaz, Ashkigamango Gemanindow. I'd also like to tell you a little bit about my community of Curve Lake First Nation, known in Anishinaabe as Ashkigamong. We're about 30 minutes away from the city of Peterborough and 2 hours northeast of Toronto. We're not nearly as remote as our relations in Nishnawbe. Curve Lake's a peninsula sitting between Buckhorn Lake and Chemong Lake. All of our groundwater is under the direct influence of surface water. In the early 1980s, the federal government identified that my community would need a community-wide water supply. In 1982, they funded and built a water treatment plant to service 56 of the homes in a small subdivision here in Curve Lake. This water treatment plant had a life expectancy of about 20 years. In 1985, I was born. In 1992, we completed a feasibility study for the community-wide water treatment system that we knew we would need. At that time, we were unable to secure the necessary funding to design and build the system. I was 7. In 2002, our small water treatment plant reached the end of its anticipated lifespan. I was 17 and graduating high school. We once again completed a water feasibility study. We once again didn't meet the threshold needed to design and build the water treatment plant. Our staff continued to hold our small facility together with ingenuity and dedication. In 2010, we once again spent thousands of dollars to complete a feasibility study to build a water treatment plant. We once again did not meet the criteria to receive the funds to build this treatment plant. Our small system serving 56 homes is now about 28 years old, and Indigenous Affairs Canada continues to give it a passing rating. Our dedicated staff continue to find creative ways to keep it operational. In 2010, I graduated from law school. 2014 and 2016 were monumental years for me. I became a mother. I have 2 sweet little boys, and my entire world changes. My priorities shift. Looking at the next 7 generations has a whole new meaning for me at this point. And for all of the parents out there, I'm sure you'll understand this fundamental shift in my world. In 2016, here in Curve Lake, our seniors care facility, which is not serviced by our small treatment plant, is subject to a long-term boil water advisory. This lasts for well over a year, but is lifted when the seniors facility closes. In 2017, we're able to begin updating our 2010 water feasibility study, once again expending thousands of dollars. Indigenous Services Canada requires us to change the water intake from a ground source to a surface source. We have to take the water from the lake, a lake that's part of the Trent Severn Waterway. The Trent Severn Waterway at this time has recently begun experiencing algae blooms. This complicates the type of system that can treat the water. And over the next 3 years, we worked toward completing a feasibility study. And every time we come close, we're told by Indigenous Affairs that we have to shift, amend, or account for some new and unexpected technical aspect. Also in 2017, we worked with the province of Ontario's Ministry of Environment. They do a complete assessment of our small water treatment plant, still in operation and still servicing the same 56 homes. It's an ancient system by water treatment plant standards, held together with ingenuity and a prayer. The province provides my community with a report. The system fails every single provincial standard. If we were operating this facility in the province, they would decommission it. In the same year, Indigenous Service rates it as a fully functioning, excellent system. Again, through ingenuity and creativity, we're able to correct some of the shortfalls the province has identified. We're able to provide drinkable water to our 56 homes. In this 30-year period that I've given you, our community's grown. The need for a community-wide system has grown. The number of homes and wells and septics have grown. And because we're on a peninsula, whenever a septic's installed, it's installed above our ground source water. Every septic system installed has the potential to contaminate all of the drinking water in our community. In 2019, I've been a lawyer for almost a decade, and I've reached a point as a mother, as a community member, and as an Anishinaabe, I had to be part of the change. I had to be part of the commitment to bring changes to our First Nations. I ran for chief when I was elected. I began by looking toward economic development so that we could have enough revenue to start funding our own priorities. I discovered that there isn't enough groundwater supply. I discovered that there isn't enough water to service most industry. There's barely enough water in the ground to supply the existing homes and businesses. I find out that we had an opportunity to have a dialysis clinic, but didn't have sufficient groundwater to do this. All economic development is at a standstill, so we don't drain our groundwater dry. In 2019, we felt like we had no choice. We filed a lawsuit claiming the federal government had an obligation to provide clean drinking water to our community. We began to reach out and discuss the potential to bring a class action on a national level. In early 2020, we did in fact bring this national class action lawsuit. We now have a certified class action to represent all status Indians who lived on a reserve during a boil water advisory that lasted for more than 1 year. All status Indians who lived on a reserve during a boil water advisory are automatically included in this lawsuit, and they will have an opportunity to opt out. This action also includes a claim for the deficit in funding to First Nations governments to provide clean drinking water to our communities. First Nations who would like to participate need to sign up to be a part of this. If your community is interested, please reach out to me or to Chief Munias, who is also a part of this lawsuit, or to our legal team at either McCarthy's Tetro and OKT, Orpheus Clear in Townsend. Both legal teams have a dedicated section on their website to provide information. Ultimately, my commitment today, my commitment to Chief Munias, my commitment to my community and to all First Nations is to continue to advocate for clean water. The future of my children, the health and well-being of all Indigenous children requires this. The future of our nations requires this. Our children need to be able to live at home. They need to have enough water to have economic development. They need to have clean water to be safe and well. You've heard from Chief Munias the mental health impact of this and the struggle here in Curve Lake as well. Very different, but no less frustrating. Miigwech to Chief Munias for sharing this journey with me and to all of those who are supporting it. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you, Chief. Justice Laforme, I'll pass it over to you.
Well, first of all, miigwech to both Chief Munias and Chief Wheaton. Sometimes I don't really know what to say because I hear these stories so often and they go across the country. And I'm not going to say a lot, but there's a backgrounder that I don't know if you have, but it will be posted. And both the law firms. I'm now a lawyer with Orpheus Clear Townsend, and we've partnered with McCarthy Tetro to initiate and bring this class action. And part of it is, it's just what you've been hearing. And I heard Minister Miller and his comments, and I believe he's probably genuine and sincere in what he says. But that's not always true. It's not always just what the minister says, as everybody knows. It sometimes leaks through the administration, and quite often, and most of the time, it is the problem with the administration of this and what happens through the administration, and the control just seems to disappear for any First Nation that has anything to say about this. And getting into the class action, I think it's important for you to know that what this class action is about, as Chief Wheaton alluded to, it's really about this 25 years for Niskandiga and the years that Curve Lake and many others out there have struggled with this and tried to get something that's fundamentally a right of all peoples, and especially with Indigenous people, and that relationship that Canada assumed over the responsibility of First Nations. When I retired from the Court of Appeal 2 years ago, what I wanted to do was I wanted to go back into the practice of law, and I wanted to have a voice in what the issues of First Nations across Canada are all about. They've become more complex, and it was time to, I thought, for me to have that voice. Yeah. And so that's my son saying hi to everyone. So I went to with OKT as a lawyer because that's what they do. That OKT is counsel for First Nations and First Nations institutions, for Indigenous people. That's their predominant client base, and that's what they represent. They don't represent government. And so that was a perfect fit for me because that's precisely what I wanted to do. And this action, which Chief Wheaton is correctly saying, is now certified. And quite often, certification is the toughest battle in class actions. That's done. And that was done on consent of Canada. So they're aware that this is going on, and they, I hope, recognize the need for it. And so what I'm trying to say now is that this class action wants, as Chief Munias talked about, all the trauma, all the difficulties that people have had through 25 years. And they've suffered as a result of that. We want that compensated for. That's what this class action is about. We want that remedied. We want, your communities have suffered over this. We want those communities, separate from the individuals that reside there, to be compensated for what these 25 years or longer since 1995 has caused these Indigenous communities. And my Indigenous community might even be one of them. We're now going back through the records, and I remember times when we didn't have water on my reserve. So they may be part of this, and I hope they are, if they were part of that ignoring of First Nations that has gone on. So we want compensation for that. We want for the past, for the individuals, for the current, and the problems that are arising in communities so that they can deal with the infrastructure and get that remedied and into the future. But the most important thing, I think, is that what we're looking for, and you heard Minister Miller, he talks about, as I said, the sincere efforts that he believes is being undertaken by Indigenous Affairs Canada. Well, that may be true, but this is a fragile government. And I mean, we could have an election at any time, and a different government might come in. And all of his commitments may mean nothing to that new government. And so the one thing that we are adamant about is that we want this obligation to be a legal obligation. We want this to mean that it goes forward regardless of what government might be or institutions may be put in place of it. And so that his sincerity can just get passed on to the next government, and that obligation will remain. So that's really, I think, the important part of what we're talking about. This obligation isn't one of, I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart on the part of Canada and the government of Canada, but that it's an obligation, a legal obligation to do this into the future, which we sincerely believe it is. And I think all of you believe it is as well. So, as I said, the backgrounders there. What we need now is, as I said, other First Nations have signed up. Our lead plaintiffs in the class action are Chief Munias and Chief Wheaton. And as you can see, more committed plaintiffs you won't find anywhere. And we're grateful for that. And other First Nations are starting to sign up as part of this class action. As Chief Wheaton indicated, First Nations, in order to do this, they have to opt in to the class action. That's their right. The self-determination of First Nations people means that they get to choose whether or not they want to be part of this. So we're hoping that you'll do that. What's required is simply a BCR and then contact and subsequently a retainer. And that costs nothing. Expenses to a First Nation or anybody else in this doesn't happen until the end, and you don't pay. That gets carved out in the settlement, so you don't have to worry about it costing people throughout this litigation. And it's an issue that First Nations needn't worry about. the second part of it is for individuals. And Chief Munias talked about this a great deal when he talked about his own children and members of the First Nation. When you don't have a clean water coming out of your tap for 25 years, and the trauma that that can cause, and the mental anguish that causes, and any number of damages. Some of them may even be physical. I don't know what 25 years of a water advisory means. I don't know how much it hurts, but it's got to hurt some, and it's got to hurt physically, and it's got to hurt emotionally, as Chief Munias said. That's what we want compensated for, as well as the community itself. Your practice of in Indigenous culture has been damaged in some way. That's compensation. Your infrastructure that you've suffered through the years, that's got to be compensated for. You know, conversations have been made about how many times we've had this repaired and that repaired, and this doesn't work and that doesn't work. And how the administration says, yeah, well, you can do it today, but you got to do it on this time frame. That's damage. That's damages to a community, to its infrastructure. Those are the things that we're going ahead with in this class action. So all of you out there who come from First Nations, this commitment, especially into the future, is of utmost importance and a consequence. We don't want a future government coming back and saying, oh, that was their problem and that's their promises. We don't have those promises. We're not making those same promises. Well, we want a legal obligation that you make those same promises, and you have to abide by them. That's where we are in the class. As I say, they're certified. We're having discussions with Canada now about how we might be able to resolve this. I don't know where they'll go or what'll result from those, but they're happening. Canada, in many ways, knows they have this obligation and there's a responsibility on their part. But we've got to firm that up. And to do that, we need First Nations there. And so if you're interested and you want to be part of this class action, which I hope you are, because I think it's of utmost importance, then please let us know. And you've got links that you can contact us, and individually if you want. I'll be happy to speak to anybody that wants to talk about this and explore it further. But today at the summit, I think my general comments will speak for themselves, and I can't do any better than Chief Munias and Chief Weetum did about how important this is. And frankly, I still want to have to cry about this in the future. I don't want to see my people suffer this way. It's time to stop it. And that's what we want to do. Miigwech. And thank you, Carrie, for putting this together, part of whatever you did in this, arranging this summit. Can't tell you how much we appreciate it. And to anybody else who was part of arranging this, it's wonderful to be part of. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Justice Laforme, some really important comments there. There are some questions pouring in, but some of them have to do about how you can sign on and join. So I want to be really clear that firstly, there are some one-pagers and some websites that we'll be posting on the AFN website that you'll be able to access. The second part is I want to be really clear on that piece that individuals, First Nations, don't have to opt in. They are included regardless, correct?
Right. That's absolutely correct. They're automatically in. And if they don't want any part of it, they just opt out.
Okay. And it's the First Nations themselves, the nation, if they want to sign on and opt in, how to sign on.
That's right. And there's several reasons for that. That was a class that Canada was prepared to accept and not have to fight over or anything like that. And so, and that's quite correct in my view, because you know, I recognize the independence and the self-determination and indeed the sovereignty of First Nations. And I don't think it's for us to tell them what to get involved with or anything like that. So it's theirs to decide. And that requires two things, Carrie, and to the audience. A BCR, and we have samples of what you need available. And then subsequently, if you're interested and you want to form part of it, then it's simply a retainer with the law firms that are involved in this together. And we have those available as well if the parties are interested. There are websites, both of OKT and McCarthy Tetro, which have information about all this. It tries to answer questions. They're easily accessible, easy to read. And then, of course, there's us. We'll respond to any questions that anybody might have about how to do this further if they need it.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you for that. That helps clarify. I think that's really clear. I already see a few people coming through saying that they'd like to support or sign on. So as I understand it, it's important during this time to reach out this and share this information with as many First Nations as possible. So that's part of this conversation that we're having here today.
Yes, and we're doing that as well. We're reaching out, and we've got, I mean, there's another class action, the very same thing, which we are also a part of in Manitoba in the Superior Court of Justice. The claim with Chief Wheatung and Chief Munias as lead plaintiffs is in the federal court. The one in Manitoba is in the Superior Court, or the Court of Queen's Bench, as they call it in Manitoba. But they're the same. They're essentially the same class actions. They're moving along together. And no doubt at one point, all of this will blend in together, but it's essentially the same thing that's happening.
Great, thank you. And there is a question coming up about, who qualifies to be part of this. So this is anybody who's been on a boil water advisory for greater than 1 year since 1995, as I understand it. There's a question though about what about First Nations who are on individual systems, who have been told, and this is coming from Ontario Region, Rod Whitlow with Six Nations, does the class action lawsuit include First Nations citizens reliant on well water who have been told by Health Canada environmental health officers not to drink their water?
Yes, and that can be more clarified if they, if they want to contact or anything like that with any of our lawyers or myself even, then by all means, but anybody that's under any kind of a water advisory, well, Canada in particular, that's the defendant in this class action, is the government of Canada.
Great, thank you. Hopefully that helps to answer that question.
More, as I say, more individually, if they want to have a conversation about it, we can do that. Be pleased to.
Great, thank you. Chief Muniz, I saw you show some water samples up there on the screen there. Perhaps you'd like to share what you're showing the audience.
Okay, there's the water from just before we evacuated. And this is the water, the bottled water. You see the big difference?
Yeah, and for those who maybe didn't see it, although I can't imagine that's many people at this point, this was really triggered by a sheen that was seen on the water surface.
Yeah. So the water wasn't any clearer than this when before we found a sheen in the water surface in our reservoir. So that's why I'm sharing that is there's a big difference in the color, and this is what we've been using for the past even without the sheen, the water looks like this color.
And to go back to your point, Chief Muniz, about trust, because I don't want to lose sight of the fact that the way of addressing this problem for Niskandiga and communities across First Nations across Canada isn't just by building a water treatment plant. You spoke about the bigger picture there, which is that in your community in particular, you have people who have never been able to trust the water that is coming out of their tap, or have never been able to bathe their children or anything, feel comfortable and confident in the water that they're provided. And so it's not just about building a water treatment plant, but about rebuilding trust, about providing the support services, the mental health piece that you mentioned is key. As you go into the holidays and a looming pandemic, second wave, not looming, second wave of our pandemic, how are you finding ways to cope through this right now, Chief Muniz? Because I think everyone's really hearing you and the powerful words that you're sharing, but it's not an easy position that you're in. How are you finding it day to day right now?
Well, it is excuse me, it is hard to continue to I just seen a post today and messages from my community members in Thunder Bay. Their message to me that there's 14 new cases in Thunder Bay today, and you know they're scared and they want more actions to be taken. And you know, does that mean that you know we're gonna lock down where we are staying? You know, those are some of the things that we'll be considering. And you know, in terms of building trust, you know that's going to be a long road to take. And you know, some of us you know have other underlying mental health issues through you know abuse and other forms of I guess whatever the you know that triggered our you know the mental health. And this place has a history of you know going through a lot. Like you know we have a high suicide rate, and you know a lot of our I just stopped at the graveyard graves like there on my way in, and looked at the graves there, and you know seeing that none of them, even the elders that are lying there, are there. None of them has seen clean drinking water. You know, how do you cope from that? How do you recover from that? How do you say it's okay, we can go on? You know, it's hard to keep hopeful, but you know, the resolve of my nation, the resolve of my youth, the resolve of my community members is what keeps me going. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief Muniz, for that. Justice Laforme, I saw you had a quick comment there.
Yeah, just a couple of very brief comments. First of all, Chief Muniz, I've mentioned this before, and others. I honestly, I just can't imagine what it must be like for people to literally grow up with never having clean water come out of their taps. I mean, the whole thing is just absolutely astounding to me, and I can't imagine it. I just don't know, and it's got to cause harm. It without question has to. The second thing I wanted to say is one of the things that Chief Muniz in the situation with Neskantaga reminded me of is that both, I think, Chief Huitong and Chief Muniz have seen that participating in this lawsuit has another bit of an advantage, and that is the problems that are occurring right now. I think Canada is more in tune with. I mean, they're more responsive to what these issues are, and we are able to address some of those with a little more priority than it's almost like, unfortunately, this squeaky wheel getting the grease. But at the same time, you know, some of these issues are current and they're going on, as Neskantaga can illustrate and sadly illustrate. And it seems as though that this class action has brought this. We're dealing with the Department of Justice, so they go right to the source and want to resolve this as we go along. And the other part of that is, I should say, being part of this class action does not impair what First Nations, and in fact, it can enhance it, what First Nations are already engaged in with discussions with Canada about resolutions to some of their water issues. This will not curtail that in any way, shape, or form. It's separate and apart from that. I just wanted the audience to know that. Miigwech.
Thank you. Chief Huitong, maybe I'll pass it over to you for any final comments or thoughts that you have before we conclude our session today. Anything that you'd like to share with our audience as we go on to our next speaker?
Absolutely. I think there's a couple of really important things to say, just picking up from what Justice Laforme has mentioned. First and foremost, if you have questions about your nation participating, reach out. We will answer them. We will help you. We will be supportive. And even if you don't quite meet the strict requirements to participate, there's certainly information that we can share and ways that we can support each other. So I just want to make sure that that's flagged and that everybody understands we're here to help and we're here to provide information. So keep that in mind. And then again, just to Justice Reform's comment, our conversations with Canada continue to move forward separate and apart from our litigation. We have gotten the feasibility study completed. We are moving forward with the design phase of our project. We got the money to design a community-wide water treatment system. So it's certainly not negatively impacting those conversations. And I think that is a real, genuine commitment from Canada to continue to move these things forward. And just generally that, you know, First Nations hold water in such high regards. And in my traditions and my beliefs and my teaching, water is an integral part of life. And it's my role as a Anishinaabe to take care of that. And to me, this is a big part of fulfilling that role. So in that vein of thought, I'm sincerely happy to speak to anybody who has questions about how we're doing it, what we're doing, and how they can be involved, or the impact on them as individuals or as a community. Thank you, Carrie. Miigwech.
Thank you, merci, Miigwech, for all of that, your contributions here today. Chief Muniz, Chief Waitang, Justice Laforme, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives, your experience, and more importantly, the actions that you're taking to provide change for First Nations across Canada. Thank you so much for your time today, and we'll be thinking of you, Chief Muniz, in your community, especially right now, as we move into the holidays and everything that's happening. We send our prayers and thoughts your way. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
We're now going to shift our focus a little bit. So we've heard from the minister and we've heard from some chiefs in leadership. Now we're going to talk a little bit about something else that's occurring across the landscape of water in Canada, and that is to hear about the Canada Water Agency, a mandate commitment by Environment Climate Change Canada and the Ministry of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, and to tell us a little bit more about the Canada Water Agency and how potentially this might be impacting First Nations. We have Michael Goffin, Regional Director General of Environment and Climate Change Canada in the Ontario region, and the lead on the Canada Water Agency file. Michael, thank you for joining us. I'll pass it over to you.
Terrific, thank you. I believe I have a PowerPoint presentation that's going to be displayed. Is that correct? There you go. So let me begin by saying how grateful I am for the opportunity to speak to you at this Water Summit. This is a terrific initiative holding this summit. I also want to begin by acknowledging that I'm joining you from my home, from the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and most specifically the traditional and treaty territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. My apologies to those of you who may have heard this presentation previously. I've given this a few times. And then I'm going to immediately go off script and say that I have been able to listen to some of the Water Summit today. I regret that I haven't been able to take it all in. I am impressed by the fact that drinking water continues to be a significant issue for so many Indigenous communities. And I think it's important to recognize the importance of the government's commitment to resolving that problem. And I do think it's important, and thank you, Carrie, for setting this up as separate from that initiative. I don't want the Canada Water Agency to any way interfere with making progress on the drinking water issue, and I understand how vitally important that is. So with that said, we are addressing other aspects of water and there may well be connections to the drinking water issue, and I look forward to discussing and learning more about that in the months ahead. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the Prime Minister has directed the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, the Honourable Jonathan Wilkinson, to create a Canada Water Agency. The Minister has in turn appointed his Parliamentary Secretary, Terry Duguid, to champion this initiative. And then in the recent speech from the throne, the commitment to create the agency was again highlighted. The specific commitment is that the agency will work with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous people, local authorities, and others to find the best ways to keep our water safe, clean, and well managed. So it is very much a collaborative approach that we're aiming for. It is a very broad mandate, and we're working to add specificity to that. The roles and the structure of the agency have not been determined. They're the subject of the engagement that I'm going to speak to in a few moments. Importantly, the Minister has repeatedly stated that the agency will not encroach on the jurisdictions of others, and that includes provincial and territorial jurisdictions, but also Indigenous jurisdictions over fresh water. And again, it'll be created to be collaborative and value added. Next slide, please. The drivers behind this commitment to create an agency are readily apparent. They start with the fact that Canada is blessed with immense supplies of fresh water, and the fact that fresh water is vital to our health, our economy, our environment, our culture. I recognize that for Indigenous people, water is more than that. I've come to understand that water is sacred to First Nations, and also that there are rights related to water, and there are also inherent responsibilities. Next slide. But there are also challenges related to fresh water, and one of the challenges from a management perspective is the fact that freshwater management is a shared responsibility between the Government of Canada, the provinces and territories, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit governments. While there are many examples of collaboration, effective collaboration, working across jurisdictions does present challenges. Within the federal government alone, there are more than 20 departments and agencies that have some responsibility over fresh water. And then there are a lot of other departments and agencies that through their actions have the potential to impact fresh water. So fresh water is impacted by agriculture, by energy development, by mining, you know, we can go on and on. And we also recognize that we don't consistently or effectively engage Indigenous people in freshwater management and decision-making. And we recognize that Indigenous knowledge systems can play a greater role in decision-making and requires greater Indigenous engagement. Next slide, please. There are significant challenges to freshwater quality in Canada. Often these differ from region to region within the country. Almost all of them are exacerbated by climate change. They're made worse. The example that I use, because I've spent a lot of my career working on Great Lakes water quality, is the example of Lake Erie, which is affected by toxic and nuisance algae. It affects drinking water quality. It affects fish populations. It's estimated to cost $5.3 billion over the next 30 years to the Canadian economy alone, if it's not resolved. First Nations access, use, and relationships with water are often degraded by activities that occur outside of reserves and traditional lands. I understand that First Nations and the AFN are working with Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and Indigenous Services to address the long-standing drinking water issues. And I also, as I started by saying, understand that the commitment to eliminate drinking water problems in First Nation communities is a separate mandate commitment of the government, I'm also cognizant of the fact that there are linkages to the broader issues of freshwater management, and I'm interested in exploring those further. Next slide, please. On the water quantity side, the effects of droughts and floods are extremely damaging and increasing due to climate change. I know that some of you will be from communities that have dealt firsthand with displacement of homelands and traditional territories due to floods. First Nation communities are often amongst the most vulnerable in flood situations. Nationally, the Government of Canada pays out an average of $750 million each year in disaster relief due to flooding. And droughts can cost billions of dollars in lost agricultural production and also impacts on other economic sectors. Next slide. Of course, water quality and water quantity have an impact on the environment and aquatic ecosystems in particular. Many aquatic ecosystems are under stress due to land use changes, contaminants, nutrient pollution, aquatic invasive species, other factors. And again, all aquatic ecosystems are and will continue to be under threat due to climate change. Next page, please. So it's in recognition of all of those challenges that the Government of Canada is committed to create a Canada Water Agency to try and do better in relation to freshwater management. We've begun by examining the current federal programming and looking broadly at a range of freshwater management issues. We've also reached out to provinces and territories, to First Nations, Métis, Inuit, as well as stakeholders in the public to collect initial thoughts on potential roles for a Canada Water Agency. And to a large extent, that's being impacted and delayed by the COVID pandemic. And we recognize that communities across the country continue to deal with that situation, and we value the time that they've been able to give us, and we recognize that continuing situation places constraints on the extent to which people can engage. The next slide, please. So in this project, rather than jump immediately to creating an agency, our approach has been to take a step back and begin by looking at those freshwater challenges, some of which I just mentioned. And in doing that, our objective has been to identify opportunities to do better, but also gaps in terms of our current approaches. And then once we've identified the opportunities and gaps, we want to ask the question, which of these suggest roles which could best be addressed through a Canada Water Agency? So I think we might identify some opportunities and gaps where people agree that more is needed, but it might be that it's not the federal government that needs to be the ones that are taking that action. So we're certainly open to that outcome. Next slide. Just waiting for the slide to catch up. I'm not sure if that's frozen, but I'll just continue. So engaging Indigenous peoples is a critical component of our efforts to create a Canada Water Agency. While we've been listening to what First Nations have said in the past about water, we'd like to better understand the freshwater issues of concern in your communities. And again, just listening to some of the discussion today has been very informative. And also, we'd like to understand how a Canada Water Agency might help to address those challenges. We also want to work with you to ensure that Indigenous science, knowledge systems, and data are given equal consideration and application in creating the Canada Water Agency, but equally important in the operation of that agency once created. A decision was made in the spring to delay the engagement. I mentioned, that we were affected by the COVID situation. While COVID continues to be a priority, we've now started the initial steps for engaging Indigenous people. We've reached out to national Indigenous representatives to see how best to engage First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. We're also reaching out directly to the modern treaty partners and self-governing nations. As there was no federal budget in 2020, we were not able to confirm resources to support engagement until September of this year. And while this funding is now confirmed for the current fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, we are working to secure longer-term funding to support Indigenous engagement. We have received proposals and expressions of interest to engage this fiscal year from a significant number of nations, treaty groups, and tribal councils. So thank you for those. Some have advised us that becoming better informed on freshwater management is a necessary first step to engagement, and we've agreed to provide support for those activities. I'd like to thank all of those partners that have provided proposals and to acknowledge that we are still open to receiving additional proposals for engagement. We'd be pleased to discuss longer-term engagement extending beyond the end of this fiscal year. We do view this engagement as the start of a conversation. However, we cannot make commitments to funding until we have a source of funds confirmed. So next slide, please. So we do wish to, we do not wish to impose or predetermine what First Nations will want to engage on in relation to the Canada Water Agency. We're open to be guided in this regard. We do wish to understand your perspectives on the existing models of collaborative governance, including those established under land claims or self-governing agreements, and whether there are any models that First Nations view to be successful and should be considered in creating a Canada Water Agency. On this, models don't have to deal with water. If there are successful models that are being used in other endeavors, we'd be interested in learning about those and learning whether there are lessons to be learned from those models. We're also very interested in your guidance on how Indigenous knowledge systems, values, responsibilities, and Indigenous science, data, and information could be appropriately applied to the work of the Canada Water Agency. And we're open to other input and advice you may have on freshwater and other issues that you would like to discuss. So next slide, and just on my view, I think that's the right side. So that should be a scope of engagement slide. So while we're open to topics of interest to First Nations, we have guideposts for what is within the scope of this project. The Canada Water Agency commitment does not include a mandate for legislative or regulatory changes. We are, again, open to any discussions. Any advice that we do receive on regulatory and legislative changes will be noted, but it is not part of the current project. We're aware of the water-related consultations and engagement you and your communities are already involved in, and we don't want to duplicate these. We know that they already put a stress on you for your time and your resources. So we don't want to detract from those existing processes in any way. Rather, we will work with the government officials involved in those processes to try and learn from them. What we think we've learned from them, we will read back to you and get your guidance on to ensure that we're appropriately hearing and learning from those processes. Mostly we want to avoid repetitive conversations, but also want to give attention to the issues of importance to First Nations. So again, we're looking for guidance as we move forward on the engagement. So again, I'll just emphasize that we're very much seeking advice on both the nature and substance of those engagement processes. Next slide, please, which is appropriately entitled Next Steps. So we would like to continue hearing from First Nations on how you would like to engage on the Canada Water Agency. We're planning to release a discussion paper aimed at a very broad public audience. That could happen as early as December. While responses to the discussion paper from First Nations are most welcome, we understand that engagement with Indigenous people requires a distinct process that respects protocols and relationships. We're prepared to co-develop or support the development of other documents to support Indigenous engagement. We have already started to lay the groundwork with some nations, governments, and regions for engagement, both for this fiscal year and for the future. We understand that pre-engagement is a critical step for many of you, and we would like to know how we can help in this regard. It's important to note that the mandate and activities of the Canada Water Agency will likely evolve over time, so our interest is in building an ongoing conversation on fresh water and Indigenous involvement in the Canada Water Agency. And then the last slide, please. And it is just to say thank you very much for your time today. And if appropriate, I would be happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, merci, Michael, for that. There's a few questions coming through, and I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so maybe I'll just leave it to one question, which was about whether all proposals for engagement would be accepted. I understand that you're engaging with not just First Nations, but Inuit and Métis. So there's a question in the chat about whether proposals would be accepted from Métis settlements, as well as Indigenous-led water organizations. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I mean, we have asked specific to First Nation engagement. We have asked AFN to provide advice to us, but I think we're open to anyone who is interested in engaging. We do have a limited budget. We still have a significant amount of budget availability for this year. So I think we have a lot of capacity. At some point, I hope we will run out of money. I hope we will have sufficient communities coming forward interested in engaging this fiscal year, and that we'll fully consume our budget. If that happens, I think we'd be very interested in talking about continued engagement in the coming years. And as I said, we're working to secure funding for that engagement. But I think we can start talking about those longer term plans now if people wish to do that.
Great, thank you. I know we're just a little bit behind schedule, so maybe what I'll say is that this is just the first of many conversations I gather around the Canada Water Agency. And so we look forward to learning a bit more. I think this is still a relatively new topic to a lot of people across the country, so there's a lot of information that needs to be shared both ways. So we look forward to having more conversations in the future. But in the meantime, thank you so much for sharing your presentation with everyone today.
Thank you for the opportunity, and if anyone does have questions and they want to contact me directly, please feel free to do that.
Thank you, Michael. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
So we've come just near to the end of our session here today, and before I turn it over to Regional Chief Archibald for some closing remarks, I do want to remind you of a few key things before we head off, which is that we have posted a save the date for our upcoming water symposium on February 17th and 18th. That we encourage you to look out for. And the other piece is just a reminder that this water summit is meant to stimulate a dialogue that we hope to engage more meaningfully in every single one of your regions over the next couple of weeks and well into the new year. So there'll be lots of opportunity to share your perspectives and thoughts. So stay tuned to the AFN website. We have regional water coordinators who are actively working on this. So thank you for paying attention and listening to these speakers today. I want to pass it over to Regional Chief Archibald, our water lead, for some closing remarks. Regional Chief.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, everybody, for your attention today to today's important presentations and discussions about one of our most basic human rights and our most sacred resource, water. Today, we heard from the National Chief about the urgent need to address the ongoing drinking water advisories on First Nations, which no longer can be ignored. and AFN's sustained advocacy towards fair and equal access to safe, clean, and reliable drinking water for all First Nations. We also heard from Chad Westamacott, the Director General of Community Infrastructure at Indigenous Services Canada, about the need to work together to determine and address drinking water issues and infrastructure needs, as well as the federal government's commitment to repealing the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act and working with First Nations on the co-development of new legislation. Dr. Tom Wong, the Chief Medical Officer of Public Health for Indigenous Services Canada, emphasized the fact that preventing the spread of COVID-19 and future pandemics, as well as it really requires access to clean water for First Nations. And these things go hand in hand. We heard from Henry Lickers, one of the Canadian commissioners of the International Joint Commission, about the impacts of climate change on our Great Lakes and the need to build trust between the government and First Nations people to better be able to solve this urgent drinking water crisis. From Maud Barlow, we heard about the government's responsibility to ensure the right to water and sanitation for all of its citizens, as well as its responsibility to protect our local sources of water. I would also like to thank Rosalie Labillois, the co-chair of the AFN Youth Council, for her powerful words. She acknowledged the elders, knowledge keepers, the grassroots people, and the water operators and technicians for their critical role in this work. She spoke about the importance of reconnecting to water and the need to seek answers from the spirit of the water moving forward. I particularly liked her story about going to New Zealand, to the river that has been given rights in the same way that we have human rights. This river has been given a recognition of its spiritual nature and its force within that country. Minister Miller emphasized the urgency of ending all long-term drinking water advisories and acknowledged Prime Minister Trudeau's commitment in the recent speech from the throne in providing clean drinking water in all First Nations, closing the infrastructure gap by 2030. He spoke of Nisgaanagas First Nations' prolonged long-term drinking water advisory and water contamination, and he stated that they are working quickly to solve the problems with the treatment plant so that the community can get back home. He also highlighted the leadership of Chief Munias and Grand Chief Fiddler. Minister Miller also spoke to the federal government's commitment and support for the full transfer of care and control to First Nations led water authorities. He highlighted the importance of working across federal government departments to ensure that First Nations water and wastewater systems are sustainable and that regulations are in place to protect communities and to address needs. I would like to lift up the words of Chief Munias and his urgent words about his community's 25-year boil water advisory and water infrastructure failure due to decades of government inaction that turned into a public health emergency, which has led to the current evacuation of his community. He spoke of decades of mistrust and trauma that his community members continue to deal with due to the fact they cannot trust the water. He also shared his doubt about the current status of the water treatment plant as his community members' repatriation date keeps getting pushed back. And he held up the two different vials, or the clean drinking water plus the water that is coming out of his water system, which was hopefully eye-opening for many people who saw that. Chief Weetung of Curve Lake First Nation spoke of her community's journey and their need and their current priorities in ensuring that sustainability of safe and clean water for all current and future community members so that children will be able to stay and live at home safely. She spoke of the current national level crisis, excuse me, the current national level class action lawsuit that has been launched and certified by the courts against the Attorney General of Canada for failing to address prolonged drinking water advisories on First Nations across Canada. This is open to all members of First Nations whose communities were subject to long-term drinking water advisories, which had lasted at least 1 year from 1995 to the present. The AFN will actually share more information about this on their website. And finally, we just heard from Michael Goffin, the RDG from Environment and Climate Canada, and spoke about the mandate commitment for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada with the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food towards the creation of a Canada Water Agency. So this would address freshwater quality and quantity, which involves a commitment to include Indigenous peoples. Michael Goffin informed us that the ECCC is seeking to engage First Nations on freshwater priorities, challenges, opportunities, and potential roles for the Canadian Water Agency moving forward. All of our speakers highlighted the importance of including First Nations as decision makers every step of the way. First Nations are the solution to solving these urgent and emerging water issues. We must be included as key decision makers every step of the way. So I really appreciated that same adage of nothing about us without us. So I want to just say thank you to all of our speakers for your important words, and for everyone who is out there watching across Canada. Thank you for your interest and attendance. And I'd like to now turn it over to Knowledge Keeper Elder Roberta Oshkabewisons for our closing prayer and the water song. And again, thank you, Carrie, for doing a great job today, and thank you to the AFN staff, as well as the various water coordinators across Canada who made this a reality. So miigwech, everybody, for your great work today.
Thank you so much, Regional Chief Archibald. I'll pass it over to our knowledge keepers, Mike Mitchell and Roberta Oshkabewisons. Thank you.
Now, bonjour, Michael. Thank you for sharing the day with you, doing the opening. We balance it by our closing or coming to the end of a day that we have had a lot of sharing on how important the water is. The water gave us birth. The water we drink needs to be very clean because the water that birthed us is very pure. And that's who we are. The rainwater, the salt water, the birthing water, and the spring water and fresh water. We honor our Mother Earth for carrying that for us and for showing us how to carry it. And each time that we look at the water and we drink what we make with water and we eat what we make with water, is very healing when we pray for it. I ask everybody just to put some medicine in your home to help you take care and to help you be well. Put some water in a basin, put medicine in there, put some cedar, or you can put sage, or you can put sweetgrass, and wash your hands and your face once in a while, and do that in honor of our Mother Earth, that she plants and she helps nourish our medicines. Now, here's the water song. I will, in great pleasures that I will have in singing. Oh my God. Sorry. Him too. Sorry about that. Got turned down my phone. So thank you very much for your help in this way. And for everyone who attended this gathering, I ask of you to to do that for yourself and for the children. And for those who are coming in the future and those who have passed and us here today. Eminamang do knomag. Nimekrandam ampi hikskitoa ibia mina imatbiagi nundama manda kenaguego kame kedwat kenaguya. Na how mandam de. Duena and the Sakwe, another day no. Baby, go. Baby, is when I go. Baby, I swear there's none. Maybe he's a Diego. Maybe he's when they go. Maybe is when there's none. Maybe he's a ghetto. Maybe he's when they go. Maybe he's when there's none. Maybe he's a ghetto. Maybe he's when there's none. Maybe he's when they go. Be with my neighbors in a way. Of my class, Nada, Thomas, Marco, Kinaguya, Pakistan. Anyway.
Miigwech. Thank you. Merci to our elders and knowledge keepers, Mike Mitchell and Roberta Oshkabawazens. I want to thank everyone here today for joining us. And we are really pleased that you were able to join us for this session. We had some great speakers, and I thank you to our elders for opening and closing us in a good way today. Wherever you are, I hope that you keep safe, that you're healthy, and that you're able to navigate the next few weeks, keeping your health in mind and keeping each other safe. Thank you, miigwech, merci, and we'll see you again soon.